अच्छा है किस ब्राह्मण ने कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है। डूबते कश्ती को दरिया से एक मसीहा कोई अब हमको संभाले आकर दिल के पुश रखने को शायद गया अच्छा है इस बरामद कहा था कि अच्छा है यहीं मुझको के गालिब का ख्याल अच्छा है इस बरामद कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है।
दरबार में शुरुआत हो नहीं पहुंच पाए बाबा शुरुआत हो गई लगे नहीं पहुंच पाए अब क्या हम शुरुआत हो जाए सबसे लेके चलाओ जिसका कम से मर जाऊंगा लेकिन अब लौट नहीं जाऊंगा
अच्छा अच्छा है इस बराबर कहा था कि साथ अच्छा है इस बराबर कहा था कि साथ अच्छा है। भूख है प्यास है गुर्बत बाहर जान गई है जिंदगी हमको अजब मोड़ पे ले आई है समझते हो के गुर्बत का ये जाल अच्छा है इस बराबर कहा के साथ अच्छा है जिंदगी मौत के हाथों पे है मजबूर आँखों में छाए मर है बहुत दूर भी पैरों के परम से सवार अच्छा है इस बराबर कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है धूप है सर पे मगर साथ है परछाई। हुक्मरानों ने देखी है तन्हाई मेरी। समझते हैं कि मजदूर कहाँ अच्छा है इस पर कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है। मानों से है टकराती मेरी आँखों का आंसू है ज़मीं पर के ज़मीं की है सदा। एक तकदीर के सूरज का ज़वाल अच्छा है किस बराबर ने कहा था कि साथ अच्छा है। डूबते कश्ती को दरिया से निकाल कर एक मसीहा कोई अब हमको संभाले आकर। दिल के पुश रखने को शायद ये ख्याल अच्छा है इस बराबर ने कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है। मुझको के खालिद का ख्याल अच्छा है इस बराबर ने कहा था कि ये साथ अच्छा है।
शुरुआत नहीं पहुंच पाए बाबा, शुरुआत हो गई लगे नहीं पहुंच पाए। अब क्या हम शुरुआत हो जाए रस्सी लेके चला कितना कम से मर जाऊंगा लेकिन अब लौट नहीं जाऊंगा।
अच्छा है अच्छा है इस बराबर ने कहा था कि साथ अच्छा है।
Yasin, you can start.
Yeah. So good afternoon and welcome we have to start now. We are on time now. We are still waiting for a few more people to join. In the meantime, this is a very important conference organized by the Society for Social and Economic Research. Over the afternoon of today and tomorrow, we shall reflect on various events that have happened in the past year since the lockdown was imposed as a COVID containment measure. To begin with, I would like to thank all of you for joining us this afternoon and for tomorrow. While we wait for others, also I would like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about SSER. The Society for Social and Economic Research is a Delhi-based organization, research organization. We work on issues related to agriculture, to industry. Our research focuses on livelihoods both in urban as well as rural areas. We work on employment, on nutrition, living conditions. We've done work on industrial and migrant workers. Researchers at SSER have also done a lot of work on the global indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals. There are two strengths, let's say, of SSER that I would like to mention. The first is a lot of research that we do is based on surveys that we regularly conduct. In recent years, we've done household surveys in Andhra Pradesh, in Jharkhand, in Haryana. Scholars who are associated with us have done surveys in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Manipur, and so on. We've also done surveys of industrial enterprises in Punjab, surveys of urban industrial workers as well. The second strength that we have is that we have this expertise, a large number of young people working with us. We have this expertise to work on large data sets such as the NSS, ESI, NFHS, and so on. SSER also compiles a lot of data, time series data that are provided by government from time to time. And all this is stored and made available to researchers who are interested in these issues. When the first indications of the pandemic were there sometime last year in February and March, before the imposition of lockdown and before we knew that anything like the lockdown will happen, we at SSER started trying to understand the possible disruptions that the pandemic may bring about. In this direction, with the support of the World Health Organization, we started a baseline survey of households in a worker settlement in Faridabad. The survey had to be stopped on the 22nd of January due to the Janata curfew, and then again due to the lockdown that was imposed thereafter. Though the survey was not complete, it still provided interesting insights into the lives of working class in densely populated urban settings. During the lockdown, scholars, about 35 of them associated with SSER, conducted telephonic interviews with farmers, agricultural workers, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers from over 45 villages in 19 states. And we wrote 42, 43 very detailed village level reports. And these were published in the months of April, May, and June last year. The reports clearly showed how the lockdown has disrupted rural lives and livelihoods. Here we are today, 1 year since the national level lockdown was imposed. And we are here to reflect on the various, let's say, planned and unplanned events of the past year. While there is no doubt economic recovery is fraught with challenges, we are also confronted with issues such as a second wave, a likely further imposition of lockdowns, maybe localized. There is also the vaccination project which is on. It is slow and it does not yet cover all citizens. So we hope that this will go on. To discuss all this, we have a distinguished panel of speakers today and tomorrow. In this session, we have two eminent speakers, Professor Prabhat Patnaik and Professor Surajit Mazumdar. We are very pleased to have Professor Patnaik with us today, and I don't want to take time to introduce him to you. I only want to take this opportunity to thank him for accepting to speak today. His health and other conditions, despite all this, he has readily agreed. We are grateful to you, sir, for your continued support to us. Professor Surajit Mazumdar is at JNU at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning. He is closely associated with SSCR, the research and other activities of SSCR for all the years that we have been in existence. I welcome both of them. First, we will have Professor Surajit Mazumdar, who will give us an introduction. Followed by that, we'll have Professor Prabhat Patnaik. So I invite Professor Mazumdar to speak. Thank you. Welcome to all the listeners. For the question answer session, we request you to place your questions in the chat box, and we will have a mechanism of the speakers looking at the questions and responding to them at the end of their talk. Thank you. Professor Mazumdar.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Jessim, for setting the ball rolling. My job will also be to carry that process a little bit forward to set the stage for the deeper and more focused analysis of what has happened in the last 1 year and its larger significance by the other panelists who will follow in this session as well as in the subsequent sessions. What I'd like to begin with is that if you look at the assessments or attempts, official attempts at assessment of the impact of India's lockdown, there is one error which seems to be always creeping into such attempts to assess, which is that it seems to be incorrectly assumed that lockdown means only one thing. Okay, and there are no dimensions along which lockdowns can actually vary. So the choice that was there, as far as India was concerned on 24th in March 2020, was a binary choice between lockdown and nothing. Okay, and it is the counterfactual situation of what would have happened if there was nothing, with which a comparison is made to justify the lockdown itself. Okay. Now, here I've indicated some of the dimensions along which it's possible, it's just an illustrative list of the various dimensions along which even lockdowns can vary. And if one has to look at the Indian lockdown did have particular characteristics which set it apart from even lockdowns that were imposed in other parts of the world. Okay, there was a certain timing to it, there was a scale to it, there was a degree to it. It was the most severe lockdown according to the analysis done by Oxford University. It was the most severe lockdown imposed in the whole world. So on the index, it was 100. And what were the objectives behind that particular lockdown? Was it to suppress the virus, to contain it within a particular area, as happened in China, or was it to simply slow down the process and buy time? That objective was never spelled out, and I think the objectives have always been amended or adjusted according to what the actual record has actually produced. And very importantly, what were the complementary measures that would be part of that whole strategy, of which lockdown was an important element. Now, what has actually happened now that we are a year from that particular situation? What has actually happened, the interrelationship or the interaction between India's lockdown and the story of the epidemic is in a summary form set out in this table that is there before you. Okay, it shows that as of today, that is yesterday's figure, is that over 1.17 crore people in India have been tested positive for the COVID-19 infection. Okay, that's the confirmed laboratory tested number that stands today. If we go back to the lockdown, okay, if you go back to the lockdown, the number at that time was just 562. Only a very, very tiny fraction of the number that we now know today have been found to have been confirmed and infected. But if you look at how the process has unfolded, by the time India's lockdown started being withdrawn, okay, which is the unlock one, which was from June 2020, the numbers had, over the course of the lockdown, multiplied significantly. Yet, even after that significant multiplication, those numbers were still only a tiny fragment of the numbers that were subsequently to be infected. In other words, India's unlocking process itself, in a sense, revealed the problem with India's lockdown. The fact that before the cases actually started declining, India was unlocking because this lockdown process had proved to be unsustainable. So in a sense, that process itself revealed something about the nature of the lockdown and its inherent limitations. And before India's peak is achieved in mid-September 2020, number of daily cases peaked. Okay. Before that, we had gone through, or we were already in the fourth phase of the unlocking. So we had a lockdown in India, which was in operation in full force for a certain period of time, within which it didn't succeed in suppressing the infection. The epidemic continued to grow, but India started unlocking, and the infection continued to grow thereafter. Even after the peak was crossed in September 2020, if one looks at the position before the second surge begins, in a period that was less than the period it took for India to reach the peak, we had more cases in India while coming down, while the trend was downwards. And now, of course, the second surge is also begun, and it's already more than a month since that second surge actually began. The sero surveys done by the ICMR also established the fact that the COVID-19 infection in India, which at the time of the lockdown was limited to a small number, limited to a small pockets in the country, had managed to spread far and wide, and large percentage of the population came to be exposed to it. If judged on the basis of this record, that lockdown process would have to be considered a disaster on even this narrow count of the impact it had on the epidemic's course in India. Okay. And to suggest that there was no scope to have done better on this count is to it seems to be rather fanciful given the actual story of what has happened. The second surge is something that we now know has begun, and we can see that if you look at the phase of rise in cases in India up from June 2020 to mid-September, when the peak number of daily cases comes, in 45 days of the second surge, we are well past 50% of that number. And in fact, it's likely that this number is going to be larger because of the fact that as of now, there are only a few states, Maharashtra, Punjab, and Gujarat, which have actually already crossed or come near their previous peaks. The rest of the states are still behind, but their numbers are also rising. So these are numbers dominated by particularly Maharashtra, but the trend of rise is there across the country in several states. So it's likely that the second phase is going to be even higher, quite in contrast to what various official models, officially propagated models that the government and the people in charge of managing COVID-19 in India have propagated. We know that there was once a model which suggested that the infection would end in May. Then the supermodel, which said it would end in February, till a month or so back, there were several experts saying there would be no second wave in India. But here it is, we have that second wave also. If you look at India in a kind of comparative perspective also, you find that India's number of deaths as well as cases per million population, and this is confirmed deaths and cases, is higher than the average for 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, which between them account for 3/4 of the world's population. If you look at India within its own broad region, the entire contiguous region of the globe, which includes South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Oceania, if you take all the countries within them, there is only one country, Maldives, tiny Maldives, in which both the cases and the deaths per million population is higher than in India. Otherwise, everyone else has done better, either on deaths or on cases. And on both deaths as well as cases, India is right at the top amongst the list of countries. And this is likely to become worse because certain countries like Philippines and Indonesia have actually crossed India in their second surge. Otherwise, India was higher than them, and it's likely that once the second surge picks up pace in India, we will have the similar story. Okay. Now, clearly, the lockdown didn't ensure that we were able to use complementary measures like ramping up our testing capacity in order to check the spread of the infection. What actually happened was that testing capacity increased in response to, or basically increased to keep on measuring the rising number of cases. None got ahead of it to be able to use testing, contact tracing as an effective means of checking the spread of the virus. So for most of the period before the peak, the positivity ratio of tests in India was rising, a clear indication that the growth of testing was falling behind the spread of the infection. And it is only when the cases started declining from mid-September that you had a consistent trend of decline in the positivity ratio. But again, that process has been reversed, and you have again a rise that is associated now with the second surge. Meaning that in the interim period also, after the peak, after the decline from the peak had happened, there does not seem to have been an effective use of the testing capacity created before the peak to actually reduce the intensity of the infection or to accelerate the process of decline and to prepare India better to ward off a second surge. Even that has not happened. So the lockdown did not set the stage even to prevent India from experiencing this second surge. With regard to vaccination, okay, if the objective of the lockdown was to buy some time and vaccination would become available in course of time, which would help in containing the eventual outcome of the infection, then as far as vaccination is concerned, despite the fact that all the claims about India being a major center for vaccine production in the world, India's vaccination record still reflects the global inequalities. Okay, India is, of course, not as bad here as in cases and deaths, but its record, it is still on the wrong side of the divide in the world between vaccination, on the degree of vaccination compared to the advanced countries where the vaccination process has gone much further. Most of the developed countries are far behind, but India is also a case where the vaccination is lacking, or the level of vaccination is low at a time when the cases are actually rising, and it is not unlike, it's unlike China or Taiwan or Vietnam where the infection itself is under control. So vaccination does not have the same kind of significance for them as it has for India. But it's quite clear that there is no way that India's vaccination process, which has started from mid of January, is going to be able to prevent India's second surge, because now you have a position that if you look at even if you are targeting only 50% of the adult Indian population, in the best case scenarios feasible so far, okay, we have not even touched 6% of the required vaccinations for that. If in the best case scenario, 54 weeks is what it will take to reach 50% of the adult population, which means you're well into 2022. almost the end of the 2021-22 financial year. So as far as this year is concerned, the last year's lockdown has not ensured that at least in this year, we are not going to be facing a similar situation as we did last year. Okay. Now, all this is, of course, significant because one very visible immediate effect of the lockdown was on the economy. Okay. And that economic contraction that the lockdown produced in India was one of the biggest and the most severe in the world. Such was the impact of that even if you take into account the so-called recovery in the later part of the year, the final figure as far as the contraction of India's GDP is concerned is now estimated to be about 8%. Okay, which will be amongst the largest contractions in the world economy. Okay, but the in the normal course, we do not always take GDP growth as a very good indicator of what is happening to the people at large. But there is an asymmetry there. When GDP is growing, there's a positive growth. It, particularly in today's context, overestimates what is happening to the income levels of large sections of the working people. But when GDP contracts, it doesn't overestimate but underestimates the degree of contraction faced by working people. So the contraction in GDP, the scale of the impact that it has produced, the loss of incomes and livelihoods that it has produced has been immense. The migrants walking down the roads, the song that Vikas played at the beginning, was only one visible expression of this massive crisis that was produced because of the way the lockdown was implemented. Okay. Lockdowns elsewhere have not necessarily produced the same scale of effect. Okay, and in many cases, without such severe measures, countries have managed to even check the spread of the infection, including countries whose broad economic conditions are not necessarily significantly superior to India's. Okay. Now, of course, there is all this talk about the V-shaped recovery, the great growth that is going to happen in the next year, and in the restoration of India to its position of being the fastest growing economy in the world. But this is just a simple way of showing what that great recovery means, even if it happens. So if the economic survey's estimate of 11% growth for the next year holds true, you will get a certain GDP for 2021-22. If the more recent, even more optimistic estimates that have come of 12.8% increase, then you will get a certain figure of GDP. But both these figures will be lower than India's GDP in 2021-22 would have been had it grown in the last 2 years at just 2% per annum. So this recovery is no better than stagnation. Actually, if one looks at it, it's only because of the massive contraction that has happened in the year that has now ended, or is now ending, that you get this dizzying kind of figure of 12%, 11%, 8%. It doesn't really mean that India is on track to be able to grow rapidly in after this. And this is, of course, assuming this was all based without having taken into account the fact that a second surge is likely, a second surge which, combined with the vaccination drive, is going to put a double strain on the health system, whose consequences for the economy we still do not know. And of course, this itself has to be put in context of the 8% decline is also on the back of successive slowing down of GDP growth in India, even when you look at it in terms of the relatively controversial new GDP series. On the question of the fiscal response to the COVID crisis that accompanied the lockdown, we know, of course, that even basic relief measures in India were announced after the lockdown had already been put into place and produced a crisis. Okay, so how are people going to eat in a lockdown was decided after the lockdown was imposed. Okay, those kind of things we know were characteristic of the unplanned way in which India's lockdown was imposed. But in responding to those things also, and in providing support to the economy, there is a broad divide that is existing in the world between the advanced economies and the developing countries, where even emerging economies, the scale of the fiscal response has been lower than the much larger responses that the advanced economies have been able to do, which is, of course, the COVID crisis reflecting the fundamental inequities that exist in the world order, and the fact that 30 years of globalization, 40 years of globalization have not undone those fundamental inequities inbuilt into the global economy. But even relative to what emerging economies have managed in that, India's position is below average. So the scale of the fiscal response, and of course, there was very little, as we know, spending. It was largely loss of revenues that has happened rather than spending. And much of the so-called support, or much of the support program has been what the IMF calls below the line measures, which are the equity, loans, guarantees, basically different measures to try and push credit rather than to actually spend. So the spending side, we know, has been extremely low in India. And so compared to the scale of the economic contraction that the lockdown measure generated, the corresponding support that was required, okay, was, so the gap between the scale of the contraction and the fiscal response, okay, is very sharp in the Indian case, because one was very high, the other was very low. Okay. And not only is it that this didn't happen, it's not going to happen, as we know now from the budget. And this extract from the fiscal policy statement makes it absolutely clear. Okay. This is what is meant for the financial markets. This is not what is publicized, but it's there in the budget documents, a clear statement about what is the intention for the future, which is a reduction in expenditure. So the fiscal response is going to become smaller. Okay, and that contraction of that expenditure is the future that is in store. Okay, but in this period, of course, while on the fiscal front, this government has been extremely shy, there are several areas in which it has been very active. Okay, so this is just a brief list of various things which the government has done, which are attempts at structurally altering the conditions within which, or the institutional context within which the Indian economy operates. Several changes of this kind have been pushed through in this particular period that we know, including a new policy on education, while there has been no effort to ensure that the long closure of the education sector in the economy is in any way seriously addressed. The disastrous situation as far as India's education is concerned, on that, nothing has happened, but a long-term policy has been adopted, and the implementation of that particular process has been at work. Okay, so I needn't elaborate on each of these because people are familiar with what all of these are. Okay, so in conclusion, then, what I would say about is if one places India's lockdown and what has been the actual nature of that lockdown in practice, which includes everything about its components, its accompanying measures, etc., in a slightly larger historical perspective, then the key thing that I wish to emphasize here in my conclusion is this, that the lockdown itself is a symptom of a certain trend that is there in India today, okay? A trend that has also been aggravated or reinforced by that very lockdown, okay? So the nature of the lockdown reflected the operation of certain tendencies in India. There is an economic context, okay? I don't have time to present the evidence for the first 3 points that are listed here, which are identifying the trends in the economy that have been characteristic of the last 1 decade. The point I wish to draw attention to here is that it is creating conditions in which the dominant interests, dominant corporate interests, their ability to sustain their accumulation and profit-making process is itself in crisis now, as the effects of the crisis for the rest of India's society has spilled over onto the profit-making activity itself. So India's in the neoliberal accumulation and profit-making regime is in a crisis, and as this crisis deepens, it becomes more and more difficult to reconcile the interests of trying to revive that and the interests of ordinary working people. In fact, such is the crisis that because the expansionary momentum of the Indian economy is becoming weaker and weaker, a major way of sustaining profits and accumulation growth, profit growth and accumulation, involves encroaching upon activities which may not still now be dominated by the corporate sector. It involves extracting more of the value that is generated within the Indian economy for profit, value that may be created in different activities across the economy, extracting more and more of that. So a certain parasitic phase of Indian capitalism is what we are presently going through. And the political counterpart of this is what we see in the nature of the regime that is currently in power, okay, where religious nationalism and the development of a cult of personality are ultimately about creating the conditions in which the attempt is being made to try and manage under conditions where the contradictions of India's neoliberal capitalist development path are becoming sharper and sharper. And it is then the logic of that particular regime that produces the lockdown of the kind that we have. You can see the parallels between the lockdown and the demonetization experiment. Okay, so the dramatic nature of the measure, the optics of it, rather than the efficacy of it, the doing it at such a short notice. All of these there are parallels between the lockdown and demonetization, and the logic of the regime has actually aggravated the problem in the sense that it has resulted in demonetization, lockdown, and in between GST being 3 additional shocks that have adversely affected the economy. It is the logic of the regime also to see this kind of thing of a lockdown as a double opportunity, one in which you can squeeze the democratic space even further and also utilize that as the opportunity to bring about the kind of restructuring that is required or that is desired by corporate capitalist interests today, which is to encroach more upon the value creation process within the Indian economy. So the set of measures that you see during the lockdown are all consistent with that particular kind of tendency that is operative in India today. But unfortunately, in my view, I don't see this resolving even the crisis of the accumulation process. And it might be that the regime is actually pushing Indian capitalism more and more in a direction which I describe as digging oneself into a hole, into a deeper and deeper hole, in the vain hope of striking gold at some point of time. So with that, let me conclude my presentation and hand it over to Professor Patnaik. Thank you. Jasim, I think you request.
Yeah. May I request Professor Prabhat Patnaik to speak next? We will have a question and answer session towards the end of your talk. So, Professor Patnaik, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity which SSER has given me to address this audience. Surajit gave an excellent introduction to the entire area that we are discussing today. One of the things which he said at the end is the parallel between demonetization on the one hand, and the lockdown on the other hand. I think the parallel consists in several respects, and one is this desire to have shock and awe tactics. That the whole idea is to, in fact, do things on a scale that would take people completely unawares and contribute through the shock and awe tactics to the building up of a cult of the personality. The second is the complete lack of concern that both these measures and a whole lot of other measures have really shown about the ordinary working people of this country. Demonetization broke the back of the petty production sector, and this, again, the lockdown has had a very similar effect. Now, if you have a lockdown, then the government's intervention would be necessarily of two kinds. One is that during the lockdown itself, of course, both supply side as well as demand side are affected, insofar as plants don't run, factories don't run, you actually have a reduction in output. And at the same time, there's a reduction in income. But of course, the reduction on the supply side is much less significant because you can always have stocks being decumulated. The reduction on the supply side, therefore, is much less significant than the reduction on the demand side because of the income compression that such a loss of output brings about. Therefore, it is essential for the government during a lockdown to ensure that enough purchasing power is put into the hands of the ordinary people, of the ordinary working people who are deprived of income during the lockdown. And this is why large numbers of economists had been arguing throughout the period of the lockdown that please give a certain amount of money to every household for a number of months during which they can actually manage to make their purchases. But on the other hand, while the government came out with a proposal apparently of 20 lakh crores, supposedly 10% of GDP as a rescue package, a closer examination suggests that the bulk of the items were either already there in the budget and they were just kind of, put under this, or alternatively, they just meant making it easier to access credit and so on. If you look at the fiscal part of that 20 lakh crores, which is the real help that the government can actually give to distressed households and families, then you find that that came to maximum about 1.9 lakh crores, or some have even estimated to be 1.65 lakh crores, which is less than 1% of the country's GDP. Therefore, during the period of the lockdown, when the government is supposed to provide succor to the different distressed households who have lost their purchasing power, you actually found that the amount of assistance that the government gave to these households, despite the urgings of numerous economists, was really trivial. Just contrast this. Surajit has already told us about the fiscal assistance that other countries have been given. Just contrast it with the United States under Trump, who's no great friend of the poor in the United States. Under Trump, in the first installment, there was a $2 trillion package, which came to about 10% of the US GDP. And what is more, Trump even had a rule whereby there was a prohibition of evictions for lack of payment of rent. In India, we know that when large numbers of migrant workers could not pay their rents because they had no incomes, they actually had to trudge back home because there was no place that they could actually stay. While in the United States, there was a moratorium on the evictions of people from their places of residence for non-payment of rent during the period that they were really not accessing income. Now, notice that even though the US economy had started recovering after the lockdown, now Joe Biden, the new president, has come up with another $1.9 trillion rescue package, of which 1 trillion consists entirely of transfers to the working people. Every working person or every got $600 per month as a sheer transfer. And this is going to continue even though the US economy has started recovering, and even though much of the conservative opinion would say that now that the economy has started recovering, you better scale down the assistance that the government has to give. So if you just look at the assistance, the transfers that the US government is given to to the working people generally, then it comes to 5% of GDP under the Joe Biden's continuation of the Trump program of assistance. In India, however, as I said, the entire assistance that was given, right, the entire fiscal effort came to less than 1% of the GDP. In fact, I would bet on the fact that India's assistance from the state to the distress during the lockdown and even afterwards has been one of the lowest in the world. In fact, even in other countries, even third world countries, you actually find that there has never been such callousness which has been expressed vis-a-vis the ordinary working people. Now, this is something which is quite well known, but I want to discuss a little bit about the second way, because let us be very clear, I'm going to be arguing that even if there were no second wave, even if the effect of the lockdown were completely over, in the coming year, the distress of the people in terms of unemployment, in terms of recession in the economy would continue. And all this talk about V-shaped recovery just does not make any sense. Now, the second way, as I said, in terms of which the government can help an economy that's coming out of a lockdown, in order to even have that V-shaped recovery, is to make adequate government expenditure so that in a case in which some elements of the aggregate demand is not expected to grow as rapidly, government expenditure must play the role of actually ensuring that aggregate demand as a whole does grow. In other words, it must fulfill that gap if some element of aggregate demand does not grow adequately. Now, we know that if we have, let us assume that we're going to have a V-shaped recovery. If we have a V-shaped recovery, that would roughly bring the economy in 2021-22 to exactly the level where it was prior to the lockdown itself, which, as you know, as Shurajit said, has brought down our GDP by roughly 8%, 7.7%. So if it will just bring the economy back to where it was before all this lockdown happened. Now, suppose it comes back to that level. Now, in that case, let us forget about net exports because we don't know what's going to happen in the world economy. Certainly, the world economy is not going to recover as rapidly and so on. Net exports will probably be lower compared to what they were, at the beginning before the lockdown began. But let's ignore that. Let's ignore net exports altogether. In which case, we have three elements: C plus I plus G. which constitute the three elements of aggregate demand. Now, consumption as a proportion of income or consumption propensity out of the income for the nation as a whole is unlikely to be as high as it was at the beginning, for the simple reason that precisely because the government did not provide sufficient assistance during the lockdown, you actually found that people would have borrowed. Therefore, they have to now pay back their debts. And for doing that, they would be, even if assuming that the economy comes back to where it was, employment is where it was, people's incomes are where they were, you'd find that consumption would still suffer a cut because people would be paying back their loans. So consumption out of income would not be at the same level where it was earlier. But more important is investment. Now, what is going to happen to investment? We know that if income simply comes back to the level where it was to start with, in that case, the capacity that existed in the beginning is at most going to have the same level of utilization now as it had in the beginning. Now, when capacity utilization does not increase, and what is more, that capacity is good enough to produce the output that is now going to be produced by my assumption, in that case, there is no particular reason to add to capacity. As a result, investment almost certainly is going to take a knock, and certainly this is apart from the fact that when it comes to the small and petty production sector, because of the disastrous effects of government policies, both through demonetization as well as through lockdown and so on, their investments certainly are going to be nowhere near what they were at the beginning of this entire just prior to the lockdown. So it would follow that investment is going to be lower in the coming year than it was just before the lockdown began, over a comparable period. Now, if so, suppose we even assume, the accelerator would tell us that investment should be zero. But let's not take such an extreme position. Let us assume that investment is just reduced by 10% compared to the period before the lockdown. The tempo of investment is reduced by only 10%, which would basically mean that the fall in investment would be about 3% of GDP. I'm taking a very conservative figure. Gross fixed capital formation is 30% of the GDP. So 10% of that would be 3% of GDP, which would roughly, let us say, be 6 lakh crores in the coming year. Now, if you have a shortfall of 6 lakh crores, remember C plus I plus G. C is going to be less, even if the income is the same compared to what it would have been otherwise. I is certainly going to be less by at least 6 lakh crores compared to what it would have been otherwise. Therefore, G should have increased by at least 6 lakh crores in order to provide sufficient demand so that the output in the coming year would be at the same level as it was before, and therefore you would have had a V-shaped recovery. But on the other hand, let's just look at the change in G, which is being talked about. If you look at the current budget estimates, really give G to be 34 lakh crore. The total government expenditure is going to be about 34.8 lakh crores. If you let us take as our base last year's budget estimates. In other words, I'm making an extravagant assumption that suppose last year's budget estimate level of G was actually realized, then last year's output would have been realized and not 8% lower. Okay, so let us assume that last year's output was 30.4. Last year's budget estimate of government expenditure was 30.4 lakh crores. Since last year, we have had about a 6%, 5 to 6% increase in GDP, in increase in prices. So purely to take account of prices, if last year's budget estimate of government expenditure was going to be maintained in the current year, then it would have to be at least 2 lakh crores higher, let's say 32.4 lakh crores. Now, if 32.4 lakh crores is going to be higher, as a matter of fact, it is 34.8, which means, let us say, 2.4 lakh crores additional. But as I mentioned, the fall in investment is going to be almost 6 lakh crores. Therefore, the government expenditure should have been at least 4 lakh crores higher than it is even budgeted in the current budget, which was given only last month. So it follows then that the government itself is not even believing that there is going to be a V-shaped recovery. A V-shaped recovery would have required a much larger government expenditure effort than is even budgeted in the current year's budget, which was presented only last month. Because of which, again, you'd find that if there is a shortage of demand, then of course output would not be what you would not have V-shaped recovery. Output would not be at the same level as it was to start with, and therefore incomes would not be at the same level where they were to start with. Therefore, consumption would not be at the same level as in the beginning. Therefore, the multiplier effect would mean that actually the recovery would be even less than simply the fall in investment would have warranted. So you'd find that there'd be a multiplier effect of this shortage of aggregate demand, because of which the recovery would actually be far less impressive than budgeted. Certainly, it is not going to bring us back to the level where the economy was to start with, which basically means that the levels of unemployment are going to be much higher, though of course they'll be camouflaged in terms of a reduction in the employment population ratio and so on. But fundamentally, the kind of distress to which the working people of the country have been subjected is distress that is going to continue. And that being the case, the reason, the question which immediately arises is, why is the government doing this? I mean, why is it that insufficient help is being given to the working people in a period of acute distress? Mind you, even before the lockdown, even before the pandemic, you remember that the unemployment rate was higher than it had been over the last 45 years. So already you had high levels of unemployment. These have increased further. And what is more now, even the recovery from that level of unemployment is not going to be what the government promises it to be. Then why is that? Why is this? Why is this penchant for shock and awe, which actually means nothing, signifies nothing, but on the other hand doesn't help the people either? The fundamental reason, as far as I can see, is because, of course, that this is a government that is far more beholden to the vicissitudes of the whims and caprices of global finance than any previous government we have had. Of course, we have had neoliberal governments. Of course, we have had governments which have been generally concerned about the so-called confidence of the investors. But in being so concerned, they have also had a degree of discretion, a degree of smartness, if you like, in ensuring that they really don't do things in such a slapdash manner that it actually brings acute distress to the people. Distress, yes, but not the kind of distress which is now staring the Indian people in the face. And the reason, I believe, is that this government, either because it doesn't understand any economics, or alternatively, because it is far more obedient to the caprices of globalized finance, is really completely unwilling to do even what is possible, even what is possible in terms of help. Let me just give you one illustration. See, everybody during the lockdown was saying that, look, this was an opportunity. you could argue, you could say that, look, this is a very exceptional circumstance and the situation is bad, and therefore we are going to enlarge the fiscal deficit. 9.5% of GDP, if you remember, is because of the fact that the revenues fell drastically, not because the expenditures rose all that much. The drastic fall in revenue pushed the budget, pushed the fiscal deficit to 9.5%. Many people have argued that, look, during this pandemic, we can actually afford to push the fiscal deficit to 12.5%. Some have put even higher. Suppose we would have added 3% extra to the fiscal deficit. Nobody would have minded it, because of the fact that even finance would have understood that the country is facing an acute crisis. And if you add 3%, then that basically would have been quite enough to provide for every household about 5,000 rupees per month of cash assistance for a period of 6 months. If the government, in other words, had actually pushed the fiscal deficit to 12.5%, which many serious ex-government economists were saying is possible, then the government could have provided 5,000 rupees per household fiscal assistance transfers per month for a period of 6 months. In other words, it was not beyond our reach. The government could easily have provided help, but it did not. It did not, maybe because either it doesn't understand economics, or alternatively, it is so confident that religious and communal divisions are going to win in votes anyway, and very callous about people's living, or additionally also because it is so scared of globalized finance, of offending globalized finance, that actually India ended up having one of the worst records in terms of fiscal assistance during the lockdown. And as I have been arguing, in terms of the post-lockdown recovery, again, its record is going to be abysmal. And this, I regret to say, is the fact of the case, and it is just unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the working people in the country. I better stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Patnaik. I would like to thank both Professor Mazumdar and Professor Patnaik for presenting their views here with us today. The floor is open for questions. Let me check if there is, if anybody has put down their question in the chat box. Otherwise, you can also raise your hand, and we will unmute you, and you could ask your questions. We have a few others who have joined us on YouTube. So let me see if there is some way of getting their questions also across to this platform. Oh, speakers, yeah. Please raise your hands and then we will unmute you. We have a system of muting and unmuting. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mohit. Let me unmute Mohit. Yes, Mohit, please go ahead. Please ask your question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Patnaik and Professor Majumdar, for this presentation. I have one question to both of you. Firstly, Professor Patnaik, I was wondering that you are saying that the government could have afforded a little bit more of space in widening of the fiscal deficit to provide assistance to the working class. But already the combined fiscal deficit of the center and the state was mounting. So wasn't there a pressure from the credit rating agencies, and also to put my point to a further extreme, a situation like a 2001 Argentinian crisis kind of a situation, if we would have allowed the fiscal deficit to mount up. And my question to Professor Majumdar is that, sir, while you are saying that nothing much was done even for the corporates, then why do we see the financial markets booming after the lockdown? Thank you.
Yeah, Professor
Shall I-
Majumdar. Sorry, Professor Patnaik, please.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Let Surajit answer, then I'll speak.
No, I mean, I don't quite get the question. I'm sorry, I never gave any impression. If I gave the impression that nothing is being done for the corporates. Instead, what I was saying is that because we are in a context in which the scope for expansion through an increase in production, investment, creating additional capacity, increases in production, since that scope has become minimized or constrained. So the approach today is that the way in which you can grow is to, in that production process, appropriate as much value as possible for yourself. Okay, whether you do it from labor, which you directly employ, you do it from other activities with which whom you have some interaction, or you simply encroach on other activities where you did not earlier have control over the production process. So there are different ways in which there is this attempt to expand, which is essentially at the expense of everyone else. So I didn't say that nothing much was done for the corporates. As far as the stock market is concerned, I think as far as the stock market is concerned, if you have, and in fact, the stock market situation perhaps reinforces what Professor Patnaik was saying of the scope for greater thing, that you may be scared of global finance, but the massive fiscal stimulus, fiscal measures taken in the advanced economies also means that the world economy is full of liquidity at a time in which there is hardly any productive activity into which it is able to go. And therefore, the possibility of stock markets booming arises because simply there's so much money seeking assets which don't get created. So it can only seek the assets that are available. So these asset price bubbles are something that are potentially inherent in the current situation, and that's what is reflected in the in what you get in the stock market. The other thing is this, that if there are measures that increase the return, other things remaining the same, increase the return on the assets that are existing in the corporate sector, then there's no reason why their share values need not go up. Okay, because you're talking about existing shares, their values going up. Okay, if the returns on the investments which are represented by those shares increase because of government measures, it doesn't necessarily depend on expansion of production. So what is missing here are measures to expand production. What are missing are measures to prevent the contractionary tendencies in production, but not missing are measures to increase profits within those given conditions.
Oh, okay. Let's just contrast what is happening in India with what's happening in the US. Again, I know it's an underdeveloped country and a first world country, but nonetheless very instructive. Joe Biden's $1.9 trillion of assistance is going to be financed by taxing the rich. Joe Biden is going to raise the capital gains tax. He's going to raise the upper ceiling of the income tax and so on. In India, I'm not for a moment advocating that we should have enlarged the fiscal deficit. Of course not. I mean, I'm not a person who likes large fiscal deficits because they actually increase wealth inequality. But I'm saying even a government even a government that is conservative, that is worried about the fiscal deficit, nonetheless could have, under these exceptional circumstances, enlarged the fiscal deficit and persuaded global finance that, look, these are exceptional circumstances. You jolly well have to take this, because otherwise hundreds and thousands of our people are going to starve. So in exceptional circumstances, even a conservative government could have enlarged the fiscal deficit, and there's no fear of any Argentina happening here. That was under very different circumstances. Therefore, there was no problem. And mind you, India had 70 odd million tons of food grain stocks. There is no question of this creating any economic disruptions. And it had unutilized capacity, which after the lockdown was lifted, could have been mobilized to a much larger extent for producing the goods that people would have demanded. So it was not going to be inflationary. It was not going to be disruptive. It was not even going to be disruptive of the state of confidence of globalized finance. And this was an exceptional circumstance, wonderful opportunity for the government, even a government as scared of finance as this government, to have asserted itself to provide some help to the people, but they did not. That's what I'm saying.
Professor Judith Ayer has a question. I don't know whether she still wants to ask it. I request Professor.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you both very much. I think those were fantastically interesting and very powerful presentations to explain what's been going on. I still don't understand. It's one thing to say that the Indian government at the moment is not interested in helping the poor, but to say that it's not interested in helping capital is what worries me, what puzzles me. In other words, it sounds to me as though there's a very strong case from the point of view of capital as well as the poor to enlarge the fiscal deficit, to do all the things that you're suggesting. Now, is this because it's finance capital, which is what's really ruling the show, that the fact that the asset prices are rising is enough, that they don't really care very much about productive capital, or what is going on? And then the other thing I would love to hear what a sensible opposing argument, what opposing arguments are really in place that are able to provide some basis for an alternative approach. Thank you.
You know, can I just take this up? You see that basically this, mind you, the question you're asking is a very fundamental question. I believe it's one of the most fundamental questions in economics. That why is it that even though a fiscal deficit should also help the capitalist, the fiscal deficit increases capitalist profits. Why is it that even so they are opposed to it? Keynes's answer to it is that they don't understand economics. That once they read my book and then start understanding economics, their objections would disappear. But we know that's not the case. Yeah. I believe it is to do. I think Kaleski got it right when he said that it undermines the social legitimacy of capitalism, in the sense that it actually suggests that boosting the state of confidence of the capitalists as a way of maintaining the level of activity in the economy ceases to be relevant if the state can actually do the job. And if the state can do the job, then the next government might actually say, okay, if the state is required to provide employment, why do we need the capitalists at all? So it is actually to contain discussion within a world, within an intellectual universe in which the state does not enter, in which boosting capitalist confidence becomes the sole means of enlarging employment. And obviously these are things which they're not clearly worked out very clearly. But on the other hand, this is something which is an important back of the mind attitude, because this is something which, I mean, the question you raised is absolutely fundamental. My own answer to this is that it actually, talking about state intervention through a fiscal deficit gives you an epistemically exterior perspective on capitalism, which capitalists are really opposed to having altogether. So that would be my. I mean, in fact, as Kaliski said, profits are not all. I mean, capitalists are really concerned about power.
Thank you. I think
probably this worldview has also got more entrenched in the neoliberal era and with the domination of global finance. So it's much more entrenched worldview of states, governments, personnel within the apparatus. That's the instinctive thing that they turn to in such times.
We have time for one last question. I would like to request the audience, if there is anybody who would like to ask one last question before we move on to the next session. Yeah, Professor Ayer, again, please.
If nobody else wants to ask anything.
Yes, please.
I would just like to ask, having not been following these debates nearly well enough, are there any powerful arguments being put forward which meet this underlying question, which will, I think what Prabhat was saying about the fact that this may be part of an attempt to avoid the discussion of the state, or to avoid any suggestion that the state is important and might come back in, is a very interesting argument. But I wonder if there's any sort of powerful neoliberal argument coming forward about what's going on in the current situation in response to COVID.
I'm not aware of specific discussions about COVID, but let me say something which has a bearing on the earlier question as well. If you look at privatization of public enterprises as a means of financing government expenditure, it has an economic effect absolutely exactly identical with that of a fiscal deficit.
Yeah.
The case of a fiscal deficit, you're putting bonds in private hands. In the case of privatization of public enterprises, you're putting equities in private hands. But in terms of macroeconomic effects, it makes no difference. But nobody, member of globalized finance or IMF and so on, opposes privatization of public assets. But on the other hand, everybody is up in arms about an enlargement of the fiscal deficit. Which actually, which is because the argument really is ideological. I mean, it's to do with power.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We don't have any. Let me do one last check if there's anybody asking a question. Yeah, we don't have. So, and we also have the next session, which is supposed to start in a minute from now. We have an interesting session with 4 speakers coming up. So on behalf of all of us listening here, on behalf of SSER, I would like to thank Professor Prabhat Patnaik and Professor Surajit Majumdar for giving a very good, interesting start to this conference. Now we move to the next session. Professor Majumdar will coordinate the next session. Yeah, thank you.
Vikas is doing this.
Vikas is doing it.
Vikas is. And thank you, Jasim.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Vikas, you're muted. We don't hear you.
It's okay now. Speak.
No, not really.
Vikas, you're not audible. Are you streaming from your thing?
Yeah, so I'll just announce the order in which our speakers will speak for this session. We'll start with Professor Satyajit Rath first, and then Prabir Purkayastha will speak next. Then we have Indranil, and last we have Sindhu. While Vikas tries to fix his audio, Vikas, have you managed to fix your audio? No, okay, there's some issue with the, yeah. So may I invite Dr. Satyajit Rath to speak. This session is on disease and health systems, and Dr. Satyajit Rath, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Yeah, good.
So thank you very much. Vikas asked me to talk very specifically about what he calls the technical aspects involved in COVID-19. So, and given that Prabir and Indranil will be talking, I'm sure that a large number of public health systems and policy related issues, as well as associated issues of intellectual property and how those considerations have shaped the global response to specifically to the pandemic, will inevitably come up, coupled to Comrade Sindhu's much more grassroots perspective on experiences in the pandemic. Let me say something about very quickly as background for the pandemic. It is not good for us to be treating it as an indivisible, ununderstood whole while we consider its effects on socio-political systems at large. So I'm going to divide these comments into three components. One is going to be about infection and its spread. The second is going to be about disease and its management. And the third is going to be about vaccines and prevention. And all of those three I'm going to talk about, faithful to Vikas's instruction, in the technical issues involved rather than the socio-political ones. So let me start with infection. Clearly, we have a viral infection that is transmitted through the air based on infected people putting out water droplets through sneezing, through coughing, and so on and so forth, water droplets into the air, and those being breathed by uninfected people and acquiring virus infection. Now, there are a couple of points about this that I would like to point to. One is the quite curious kinds of health policy responses that we have watched through the year with respect to what in retrospect should have been self-evident. First, the extraordinarily cautious early responses from global health and disease leadership that expressed great doubts about whether masks, in fact, would cut down on the speed of spread of the infection. You would think that this is a no-brainer, and yet it clearly wasn't. And it's interesting to speculate on the socio-political background of why this was apparently not a no-brainer. Secondly, let's get a little bit technical, where droplets of water come out of my nose or my mouth and I'm infected, and it will be obvious to everybody once I point it out that large droplets of water large droplets of fluid, okay, that come out, will have two contrary characteristics as far as spread of infection is concerned. Each droplet, because it's large, will be carrying many more viruses, virus particles, than a very small droplet would. On the other hand, so its infection potential is greater, droplet per droplet. Large size droplets will have more potential than small size droplets. On the other hand, when I cough, large sized droplets will fall to the ground much quicker over a much smaller radius as compared to small droplets, which in the very small droplet region, which is generally called the aerosol part of the spectrum, will stay suspended in the air for much longer and therefore can be breathed in over a much longer distance and a much longer period of time. Under those circumstances, you can imagine that large and small droplets are likely to play different roles as far as the spread of infection is concerned. And I bring this up in a very specific, let me contrive it as a contrasting set of spread, situations of spread. One is in the hyper-crowded, communal living, working class, urban localities of India. The hutman colonies, the Chukki Jhopdis, as we insist on referring to them, where in literal adaptation from Kabir, the virus is present sab sanson ki saans mein. Because people are living communally, everybody is rubbing shoulders and exchanging breath with each other. Large droplets become a way of exchanging infection. On the other hand, in the winters of temperate and subtropical regions, where people are living primarily indoors, particularly in communities such as university dormitories and so on and so forth, what is being done is heated air that is recirculating. You're going to have the really small droplets, whose, let me use the space science term, payload of viruses is much smaller than that of a large droplet. And therefore, if you are exposed to one aerosol droplet, that's a relatively small amount of infection. In the open air lives that India lives, aerosols will disperse and dilute, but in the recirculating air that winters in the temperate and subarctic regions, you will be exposed to the same aerosol droplets over and over and over again. You can therefore imagine that depending on socio-geographical circumstances, the modes of spread of the virus can differ. For this, again, not to be acknowledged in its comprehensive complexities, but simply to come down to, are masks useful? And Europe and North America thinks either that they are not useful to begin with and are useful subsequently, or is aerosol transmission important? And for them to think, no, it's not important because they are in their summer, and then to think that, yes, of course, they are important. All of this points to a certain socio-political contexting of what appear to be purely technical issues. So that's one set of issues about the spread of infection that I think it's interesting to keep in mind in the particular context of looking back at a year of the pandemic from primarily a social science perspective. The second point about infection that begins to border on disease that I would like to point to is that we need to be able to separate infection and disease. Infection is when a virus payload lands through a droplet on the back of my throat, and individual virus particles stick closely enough to cells that are lining my throat as to be able to introduce the viral code into the cell. The viral code takes over the biochemical machinery of the cell and diverts it from maintaining cellular function to putting many virus particles together. And once those virus particles are assembled, the cell breaks open, or the cell releases virus particles, and you set up accelerating, expanding spheres of infection locally. So this is infection. As cells get infected and make more and more virus particles, the body responds by attempting to contain the virus infection to those points and uses the dreaded so-called cytokines to build containment zones in the back of the throat or lower down in the airways. However, in a certain sense, the fact that cells lining my throat have been infected already allows the virus progeny, the thousands of virus particles that can come out of one infected cell, one cell infected by one viral particle, those particles already to be coughed or sneezed out, and therefore to be transmitted. In effect, therefore, even if I am, as an individual, quite successful in containing the virus infection by maintaining micro-quarantine zones in the back of my throat until my immune system can mop up the virus and so on and so forth, no or very little by way of symptoms and signs of illness have been felt, I have still been transmitting virus. So we need, therefore, a clear distinction between success of infection from the virus's point of view and the illness that individuals feel. And we don't always make this distinction. Most recently, we are failing to make this distinction in the public discourse on, oh, we were told that children cannot be infected, but now we are seeing that in schools after schools after schools, particularly in the high-end schools of Calcutta, children are getting infected. How is this? Is this a different virus? And the resolution is that we have never thought that children cannot be infected with the virus. Our understanding over the past year is that even when they are infected, children don't seem to be particularly severely sick with the virus. There are exceptions to this, but at a statistical level, the proportion of children becoming severely ill with COVID-19 is much lower than the proportion of, say, the elderly. We're not making the distinction between infection and the successful transmission of the virus, which maintains the virus in communities, from the ability of the virus to create illness in individuals, which leads to a whole different set of important outcomes. Ill health, the resulting loss of income and livelihood, as well as, of course, the demands on specialized secondary, tertiary, and indeed quaternary medical care, and the availability of systems that provide that. So these are, in my eyes, absolutely critical issues when we begin to think about the infection, when we begin to think about the illness. Let me say one more issue about infection and illness. The virus is making its own copies using the cells of our body. Every biological act of copying carries the possibility, the statistical possibility of error. As a result, every progeny virus particle is a genetic variant compared to the original virus particle. By and large, this sort of shotgun spray of variation has no real consequences. But what it provides is a landscape of diversity in the population, is a highly diverse population where if there is a selection pressure exerted, then specific variants with specific properties, characteristics, traits will selectively survive and will therefore come to represent the major virus population. And let me give you one example of how that has shifted over the past year. The major anti-transmission policy that we have all adopted, variably, depending on whether you are the USA of Donald Trump or the Brazil of Bolsonaro and so on and so forth, has been physical distancing. I am very reluctant to use the phrase social distancing for obvious reasons in the subcontinent, physical distancing. And as far as physical distancing is concerned, the argument from the virus biology perspective is straightforward, that if you maintain physical distances, then transmission becomes that much more tenuous. The variants of the virus that will therefore gain an advantage when we are maintaining physical distancing are the variants that will provide the virus with a better likelihood of establishing infection. Now, I pointed out that the virus sticks to cells and injects its genetic code into cells. If the sticking, which is through the spike protein of the virus, which is what gets talked about all the time, if the sticking is highly efficient, if the sticking is very potent, then infection will be very good. And therefore, the possibility of infection, establishing good infection per virus particle will go up. And therefore, the so-called UK variant, which I'm very reluctant to call the UK variant, so I will insist on calling it the B117 variant, which has a stickier spike protein, is becoming successful across the world. In fact, stickier virus particles are the primary variants that are surviving. And they are the direct result of the fact that we, the world over, are to varying degrees attempting to maintain distances. And that brings me to my last component, which is the vaccines. The issue is not whether we can or cannot generate immune responses to the virus or not. We can. Even all of us who have not been exposed to the virus will generate effective immunity against the virus. As I said, when the virus lands, immune responses will attempt to contain it. Immune responses will attempt to make specific targeted responses against the virus. Even after we've recovered from the infection, we will continue to hold those immune responses, which is why we are even better protected if we have had either a natural infection with the virus or if we've been vaccinated. And on this background, the vaccines. So what are vaccines representing? Vaccines are representing a mimic of the virus. And the mimic that all available current vaccines against COVID-19 are maintaining is the spike protein, because if I can generate antibodies against spike protein, those antibodies in my body, in the fluid in the back of my throat, will prevent the virus particle from sticking closely enough to cells to prevent infection. So can I generate high concentrations of potent preventing protective antibodies? All of the current vaccine designs are essentially doing this. The vaccine designs are being divided into two categories of platforms. One category is where the genetic code for the spike protein of the virus is being injected into the body, allowing the body to make the protein and to generate an antibody response against it. And the mRNA vaccine from the NIH Moderna stable, the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine from the, both of which are the mRNA vaccines. The Zydus Cadila vaccine that is in clinical trials in India is instead a DNA-based vaccine. And all the adenoviral vaccines, the so-called Gamaleya Sputnik 5 vaccine, the so-called Oxford AstraZeneca Serum Institute of India vaccine, use a viral vector of a harmless virus, the adenovirus, or different kinds of adenoviruses, to provide the body with the genetic code to make the spike protein and to respond against it. There is a whole separate, more traditional category of platforms, such as the Novavax one, or such as the ICMR Bharat Biotech one. I have very deliberately not mentioned the entire stable of Chinese vaccines, which span this whole spectrum of technological platforms. And it is remarkably interesting to ask how these technologies are being deployed, how manufacture is done, and how implicit as well as explicit marketing is done. So at the moment, all vaccines are under emergency use authorization, which means that their safety trials have been done as they normally would be done for any biomedical product going into communities. Their efficacy trials, however, have not been completed, and therefore they are under emergency use authorization because they have only very preliminary data. Those preliminary data do not allow anybody to say my vaccine is better than your vaccine. Yet that's a conversation and discourse we find in very large amounts across the world between vaccines. And it is this scenario of the private sector, the private profit-making sector, developing, deploying, and at least implicitly marketing vaccines that I think is remarkably interesting as far as looking at both efficacy of vaccination campaigns is concerned and vaccine pricing is concerned. That, I think, is the technical background of what I think infection, disease, and the vaccines need to be thought through. I will therefore, I apologize, I've taken longer than I ought to, and I will stop there. And I will, of course.
Thank you, Satyajit, for the wonderful. Okay. Yeah. May I ask, Robbie?
Yeah.
So, I'm done.
Shall I start? Okay. I think Vikas is.
Yes.
Vikas
I think you can start, Prabhi.
Okay. I think Vikas is having feedback or no back. So that seems to be his state. So 0 or 2. That's what we get from Vikas. I have been fortunate that he has not been able to tell me what I should speak on or I should not, unlike Satyajit. So therefore, I have actually a little more freedom, which can be a problem as well. So I'm going to start with basically talking about where Satyajit left off. He talked about profits, what we are at the moment, how the profit-making angle is taking over, and also this kind of competition. My vaccine is better than yours, or more. In fact, what is more interesting today is also which countries are pursuing what vaccine ends. And therefore, it's not simply profit-making companies that we are talking about. We're also talking of countries which seem to be pushing certain vaccines and also pushing out certain vaccines. So it's become a part of capitalism and what is being called as vaccine nationalism. And I'll come back to the last point, that there is also a geostrategic battle which is going on with regards to vaccines. Now, very simply put, I think the WHO Director General just a few days back has said the scenario or the distribution of vaccines today is grotesque. It's morally irresponsible that some countries are in a position to vaccinate their entire population within 6 months, as they claim, and other countries by that time would have received very few vaccines or none at all. About 70 countries in the world today don't seem to have got vaccines, or if they have, only very few doses. And you have about 20-25 countries which claim that they have enough vaccines that they will be able to vaccinate their population in another 3 to 4 months or 5 months. Of course, European Union, which seemed to have blocked a large number of vaccines, is not doing well because of various reasons, but that taken apart, if you see how many doses the rich countries have blocked, there are at least 200 to 400% quota of vaccines they have blocked. And even if they don't succeed in the next 3 months, at least over the next 6 months, they probably will be able to vaccinate a very large number of their people. Now, if we look at, for instance, what would be called the least developed countries, or those countries which are at the mercy of essentially what is called the COVAX platform, and I'll come to that in a minute, of WHO, Gavi, CEPI supported platform. If those vaccines don't go through the COVAX platform as it was originally thought of, then these countries, or a large number of these countries, are unlikely to receive any vaccines at all. If we look at the way the vaccines are being released for the COVAX platform, which, as I said, was a WHO platform meant for countries which were not able to get vaccines for themselves or didn't have the money. It was supposed to be subsidized or paid for by a large number of global donors. If we take that platform, it neither has the money nor has it been able to secure vaccines at the rate it thought it would be able to. And in the next 3 or 4 months, it will be lucky if it gets about 200 to 230 million doses. So you are facing a scenario in which some countries are able to vaccinate some people, large number are not. If you look at the way the supplies are taking place, it's probably likely that this would take to at least 2024 or 2025 before you are able to vaccinate the global population. And if I listen to the undertone, what Satyajit was saying, it's possible that we will need a new schedule of vaccinations by that time, because within 2 years, you might need to vaccinate people again because the virus would have changed or your antibody levels in the body would have fallen. So you might need a further booster dose at that time. So effectively, what you're going to see is the epidemic continuing in different parts of the world because we refuse or we are unable as a global response to vaccinate all the people in the world. We are only pretending, or what the United States called the emergency aircraft cabin pressure drop model, that we put vaccines like oxygen masks on ourselves, then help others. But unfortunately for the world, vaccines are not something which will protect your country by itself. If the epidemic is there, new variants are likely to emerge. It is not possible that the global epidemic will cease or it will not cross into other shores only because a certain section of the population in that place has been vaccinated. So this is the crux of the issue, that unless you vaccinate the global population within the next 1 year, say, you are likely to see the continuation of the epidemic in different forms, and you might also see the emergence of new strains of virus, which might need new courses of vaccines. I would also like to now talk about the 2 other consequences of this. First, of course, is why is this happening? And clearly, the problem we have is that certain countries have blocked vaccines for themselves. This is they are able to pay higher prices. And as Satyajit has already talked about, the profit motive is driving these companies. Therefore, these vaccines are reserved for those people who can pay and those people who can't. The second part of it, certain countries have vaccine capabilities within their shores. India is a lucky one. We have 60% of the vaccine production capacity in the world, and that in terms of volumes, and that obviously is a leverage that Indian government has to say it needs at least 50% of that vaccine that is produced in the country for its own population. And the other 50% can go outside, depending, of course, on how long or how much vaccines we can push to our people, how much is available to others, and so on. But if we take that portion out, most of the countries are not in the Indian state, not in India state. They don't have vaccine making capability. Large numbers of them, in fact, do not have vaccine making capability at all. And given that, what is happening is they're dependent on others. Now, I'm not going to talk right now. I'll come to this point in a minute. Why is it that we cannot really increase our vaccine making capability? I'll come to that in a minute. But what we're increasingly seeing is that certain countries believe that if they protect themselves, then their economic recovery will take place. They'll be hunky-dory. They will take the rest of the world. The problem that they have is, unfortunately, the global economy is interconnected. And if certain parts of the globe continue with the epidemic, their economies don't recover, its effect on the rest of the world is also going to be there. And this is a strange scenario where you have the IMF and the International Chamber of Commerce telling the rich countries that if we look at what is happening, a global recovery is important for even your economies to recover. And if there is no global recovery, you will not be able to sell your goods to others. Therefore, you will have no recovery either. Therefore, if you do not invest in vaccination for the rest of the globe, their economies will not recover, neither will yours. And this is going to cost you, they have calculated anything up to $5 trillion is what the rich countries will lose if they do not help in vaccinating the rest of the globe. Now, that unfortunately has made no difference. As far as the rich countries is concerned, it really does not matter, because they think that if they isolate themselves from the rest of the world, they will still be okay. And the kind of linkages which people are talking about in terms of supply chains, markets, where will they sell their goods, where will they buy the all the supply chain requirements. Remember that United States and Europe are no longer the major manufacturing centers in the world. Where will they get the things that they think they need? Can they produce it in their countries? All these questions, this is what they seem to show. The idea is a very national, parochial vaccine nationalism seems to be taking over the world. And if you can guarantee vaccines for your own people, it really doesn't matter. Of course, we have very ugly spats taking place between the European Union and UK at the moment, that our factories supplying your vaccines and your factories are not supplying our vaccines. All this is going on. But behind this is the other picture, which we also seem to be oblivious about. And that is that we have vaccine making capability far beyond what we are at the moment putting into play. Why is it so? Number of vaccine makers, their vaccines haven't taken off, they didn't succeed. So those, at least, capabilities are idle. There is, for instance, in India, there are at least 10 to 15 vaccine makers who are able to make large quantities of vaccines, who are waiting for various clearances or for technology, or trying to tie up with partners. Some of them are tying up with partners, some of them have not succeeded. Now, these would then require technology to be available freely for them to be able to then provide the vaccines. Now, if that is to be done, then it needs a relook at how technology of vaccine making is shared across the globe. And here Satyajit's point that he was raising comes into focus, that if it is intellectual property, and it is not simply the question of patents, patents can be busted, but when you make vaccines, there is a lot more to it, just the question of patents. That means you need certain technical know-hows, you need process knowledge, which is all intellectual property, but not patents. So the question is, are these being shared? And the answer is no. And those companies which are at the forefront of the technological innovation, the so-called mRNA vaccines, have said very clearly, our vaccine is for profit. This is how innovation happens. Of course, innovation happens because of public funding, government funding in all these vaccines, but that's not what they're putting on the table. And therefore, these are for-profit ventures. We do not intend to share our technology or know-how with anybody else unless they pay us monopoly profits. So this being the bottleneck, of course, India and South Africa have moved in the WTO that these should be shared. This has had obvious opposition from the rich countries, the European Union, the United States, Japan have all opposed it. And their argument is, no, this is how we will damage innovation. In fact, the only way to help new innovation is to make them make monopoly profits, even if the global economy is going to be not facing a recovery for the next 3-4 years, and even if millions of people die. Now, this is a rehash of the AIDS epidemic, so I'm not getting into this, but this is the intellectual property debate. We have the capacity, we have the ability, we have the manufacturing capacity in the world to produce the vaccines we need. The fact that we are not doing it is primarily what we see as helping innovation of big pharma to succeed at the cost of human lives. I'll end with the last point, that unfortunately the vaccines have also become a part of a much larger geostrategic battle, as the United States and European Union is tending to decouple with China and Russia. You have completely one-sided various sanctions being put on China and Russia on various counts. The Islamophobic United States, which has attacked 7 countries in the last 10 years, is now pretending to be the champion of Islamic for the Muslim community, Uyghurs in China. All of this is actually illegal in terms of international law. All of these sanctions are essentially one country trying to sanction the other, and this is not as per the United Nations framework that we had set up in the world. This is not how sanction regime should work, that a country should use its financial clout to sanction other countries. But when it comes to vaccines, the issue is it's to keep Russia and China vaccines out of as many countries as they can. A lot of it is collapsed because of vaccine hoarding by the rich countries, particularly the United States and European Union, and of course, UK. There is now a turn to Russian and Chinese vaccines, particularly Latin America, in Eastern Europe, and also in Southeast Asia. And therefore, you can see with the Quad talks trying to get India to supply the rest of the world, because AstraZeneca, Serum Institute, and Serum Institute is the largest vaccine maker in the world. So if they line up with the the United States, the geostrategic vision would be that, okay, we will take care of the rich countries like India, take care of the poor countries. Let's both try and keep China out of these markets as much as we can. And Russia, of course, is a player today in Latin America and Eastern Europe. And that, of course, is not in direct conflict with India, because we don't seem to have that as as a competition. But nevertheless, with AstraZeneca, with Johnson & Johnson trying up with biological E in India, there is that angle also developing. And it's a little surprising that while the Gamaleya Sputnik 5 vaccine has been in the table in India for quite some time, why we have not sanctioned it or why we have not given it emergency use clearance, those questions we are not aware of what the reasons are. But there are at least 500 million doses of Gamaleya Sputnik 5 vaccines, which can be manufactured in India, can add to either India's vaccine program or to the global vaccine program if these clearances are given and this manufacturing starts in India. So I will stop here to say that the vaccine issue is just not about vaccines or the biology of the disease. It's about much more than that. Unfortunately, it's a part of the political economy of the globe, and it has also entered what I would call as the geostrategic parts of the battle that is ongoing at the moment. I think I'll stop here and hand it back to Vikas or Jason, whoever is able to take the mic.
Vikas is having technical problems. The one who normally solves everyone's technical problems is the one suffering them this time. So thank you, Prabir, for bringing in the other dimension that Satyajit referred to, but didn't really elaborate on. So let me now invite Indranil to make his presentation.
Hello, thanks for providing me this opportunity. I feel a bit overwhelmed, frankly, after after Surajit, Prabhat, and then Satyajit and Probit's speeches, it feels like Sachin Tendulkar, Saurav Ganguly, Dravid, and Virendra Sehwag has batted, and now Yusuf Pathan comes into the scene. When it's like I'm a bit overwhelmed, but nevertheless, I'll try to bring in to the table an element of which needs more attention and also being discussed very seriously in the country is the role of publicly provided health services in this time of the pandemic. What the pandemic experience has clearly taught us is that we need a very strong public health system. We saw that whatever response has been during this lockdown period or even post lockdown period towards health has been largely driven by the government health services, whereas private sector failed to respond to the crisis to a large extent. There were several cases of overcharging and in certain pockets where private sector could play some role. And either majority of the private providers were unwilling to help overcome the crisis, or they completely shut down because of various reasons. Now, when the lockdown was introduced, there was this emphatic call that we have the Prime Minister's Jan Arogya Yojana insurance scheme, publicly funded insurance scheme, and COVID package would be included into that scheme. And as a result, all our treatment worries will be solved. The public health system would need to respond to the preventive aspects of the pandemic. But we saw that that didn't take place. Rather, whatever response the public health system provided was in its own capacity, whatever it could do from its own capacity. The problem is the response that we saw is also in a way reflective of the class character of our government and the public health system. Why I say so? Because when we saw, when the lockdown was introduced, in many districts and states where even there were very few cases or no cases at all, we saw that large part of routine government healthcare was virtually stopped. Maternal child health services suffered. Women couldn't deliver babies in public facilities. They were denied care. There are so many such cases. Tuberculosis patients who needed critical medicines, cancer patients who needed critical medicines, they couldn't get access to the much needed services. Even HIV and AIDS patients had to fight a lot to get their due share. Lots of elderly people lost their lives because they couldn't get access to dialysis services. All of these point out that our primary healthcare system, the kind of comprehensive services that needed, which is a balance of preventive, curative services and various referrals and various kinds of care, a combination of all that, particularly in urban areas, lacked a lot. Now, in all of this, what really was striking and a positive feature was role of frontline health workers. We heard stories about how they fought this pandemic very bravely, putting aside their family needs, their own safety. So many of them suffered because and succumbed to the COVID. And also there were cases of violence against the frontline workers. We have heard ASHA workers were victimized in this period. Comrade Sindhu coming next will be able to talk about these ground realities in a much more detailed manner. So I'll leave it. One aspect I would like to bring in here, which is that what was happening in the health system before the pandemic was not very encouraging. If we see hospitalization care as an indicator of access to healthcare, we'll see that between 2014 and 2017-18, for various social groups, for various income groups in urban areas, rural areas, hospitalization rate declined. Surajit and Prabhat had rightly pointed out that the period of the demonetization and high unemployment rate that prevailed before lockdown could be one of the reasons why such decline happened, though there are data issues which cannot be ruled out at this point. Other important point I want to bring here is that the public funded health insurance schemes, which PMJY, the predecessors of PMJY, they couldn't resist this decline. So even if people were covered under public funded health insurance, their hospitalization access declined in the period before the pandemic. So what pandemic would bring in is further accentuation of the inequalities and the lack of access. Now, one of the major ways that this can be reversed, the inequalities in access and some of the effects of the lack of health system can be reversed, is through consistent augmentation of public spending on health. And this is much known for all of us, for particularly this audience, that our public spend, per capita public spending on health is much, much lower compared to many of our BRICS countries, our so-called competitors in the developing world. And also many of the Asian neighbors spend much more than what we do. Obviously, our public health system is much weaker compared to many of these countries. Now, in that context, when we see the current, I'd like to spend a few minutes on the union budget, because a lot of emphasis and hype was created during the pre-budget session that this time public health, government investment on health would be increased significantly, and in a way responding to the expectation of the people. Now, in fact, the government and the finance minister responded to that expectation, and they showed now that there is a 137% increase in public spending on health. But like always, their pronouncement on health is also a jumla. If we look at these numbers a bit carefully, we'll see that, of course, much of this increase is because of the additional allocation for vaccination. Though the 35,000 crore allocated is not enough to provide universal access to vaccination to all the adult people, the 90 crore people that Surajit has talked about. We need more resources for that, but that's another matter. But if we take that out, the other important thing is a huge expansion, like 49,000 crore additional investment in rural drinking water and sanitation. Now, this is unprecedented in the history of in any central government scheme, that in a year 14 additional, such a huge additional resources have been put in. It's very unlikely that this investment would be realized and allocation would be actually spent. But that's another point. If we take all of these additional elements out, we see that compared to previous budget estimate, there is only 11% nominal increase. And if we take out inflation, this means only a 6.7% increase in budget. What it means in comparative terms, I'm coming to later, but I would like to point out that the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Health had suggested that there should be 1.6 lakh crore allocated to health in the union budget, given that we are facing such an extraordinary situation. Frankly, the current spending on health, Ministry of Health, is less than half of what the Standing Committee had proposed. If we look at the trend in that in allocation and expenditure on health, we'll see that over a long period of time, in real terms, public spending on health has not increased at all. And in fact, compared to previous years' revised estimate, this current estimate is actually a decline. Of course, there is a small 6% increase compared to previous year's budget estimate. So what government end up allocating in the interim during the lockdown period is not being not being supported this time. So in real terms, if we look at as a percentage of GDP, though it seems that this year there would be some increase in the central allocation as percentage of GDP, but we have to keep in mind that much of this is in the background of the declines in GDP that we have talked about earlier. So in fact, our public spending, central government public spending on health as a percentage of GDP, which is roughly 1/3 of the total spending, remains at 0.33%. In fact, it has been cut down. Okay, one of the major other important scheme is the National Health Mission, which caters to some of the key concerns of maternal child health, the disease control programs, much of preventive primary care, and some level of secondary care is provided through a National Health Mission. But if we look at NHM expenditure and allocation over time in real allocations, we see that what was being spent or allocated in the year 2017-18 is not being supported till now. So in real terms, what you could have bought or done with the money that was available in 2017-18 is no more available. This clearly means that there are contractions of services that are going to happen. And this graph really demonstrates how over the year allocation towards NHM has been cut, particularly after this government came to power. Okay, I mentioned earlier that during the lockdown period, services related to maternal child health or some key other preventive primary healthcare interventions were virtually shut. And if we look at union government allocation to a state on some of these important elements, we'll say that till September 2020, many states like Rajasthan, UP, Jharkhand, Himachal Pradesh, Maharashtra didn't receive any money. So much of this not only is an indicator that there was definitely a push from the central government to stop all these routine services, and then they stopped the allocation to a state. This had debilitating impact on people's lives, mothers and children. Now, there exists a huge inequality in spending across states, and it is important that we at the states together spends at least 2.5% of GDP on health. And if we look at the gap in spending, many states need to, in per capita terms, in a very short period, need to more than double their current level of spending. And we if we go by central government's allocations towards health, we see that this is not going to get realized. Now, the other important point that I want to bring out is that there exists steep inequalities in terms of healthcare infrastructure across states. If we take bed population ratio or say villages which have any government health facility, we'll see that in states like Kerala, where there are 100% villages all the villages have health facilities. States like Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar do not have 1/3 of their villages covered by a health facility. And we need huge investment to bring in health facilities in rural areas. And one key program that can build this is the creation of health and wellness center. But if the government announced this as one of the major flagship program under the Ayushman Bharat, but over the years since the introduction, there is virtually any increase in allocation towards the health and wellness center. And there was this estimation that 1.5 lakh health and wellness center would be created under Ayushman Bharat by 2020. But at current level of spending, this can only support or a fifth of what is the target. And it needs not a huge amount of money, but around 9,400 crores of additional investment on the part of the central government. And particularly in urban areas, there has been no allocation towards this critical component. Okay, I'll skip some of this. But let me repeat, the similar level of inequality exists in the availability of human resources, particularly skilled human resources for healthcare, the doctors, the nurses. There are significant inequalities, and we need strong public investment to fill all the vacancies of human resources. It's important to recognize here the rights of health workers and provide them fair wages, social security, decent work conditions. A lot of the preventive care that has been provided during this pandemic has been taken up by ASHAs, they're called the accredited social health activists, or the field workers contracted under the National Health Mission. In a recent interview with health workers at Kolkata, I found that the frontline workers, the field workers, get around 144 rupees a day under a central government, much less than the stipulated minimum wage. If all the ASHA workers and frontline workers need to be at least provided the status of full-time worker and provided something around 18,000 rupees per person per month. It doesn't need a lot of money, but around 25,000 crores. In this period, we have also seen over the last few years, we have seen that the central government has systematically dismantled capacity of manufacturing medicines and equipments within public systems. Several PSU pharmaceutical companies have been either divested or put under strategic sale. This needs to be challenged, and we need reinvestment in these PSUs. Because in this period, we saw huge crisis of ARV drugs. Compulsory licensing and production through public facilities could have actually catered to these emergencies at this point. Okay. Now, we see that over the years, much of the research has been handed over to consultancy firms and corporate entities. Public spending on health research, the Department of Health Research, in this budget has been actually cut by 34% compared to previous revised estimate. This is roughly 3 to 3.5% of total Ministry of Health budget. We need to augment this resources significantly. So money spent on, say, disease surveillance program or zoonotic diseases are not even spent within this small budget. So definitely this push for privatization of research needs to be stopped at any cost. Okay, now the other crucial thing is to strengthen the disease surveillance system, which had we have seen that the weakness of a strong disease surveillance program, the way the pandemic has spread and the way we have failed to identify the hotspots, take care of local level public health measures using the IDSP data, the disease surveillance program data, points to various lacunae in this element. And we need a huge public investment in this field, but unfortunately, neither the budget responds to this adequately. In fact, during the lockdown, one of the first things the government did is to stop the reporting of IDSP, and it has led to decline in the state's ability to respond to some of this crisis. I'll quickly bring in few other dimensions and close my observation. One of the key element is the lack of primary care in urban areas, and we saw that people had suffered a lot in this period of the lockdown. Some of the basic services in the urban areas were not available. And the low levels of allocation under a national health mission is a major pointer that we need to address significantly and reverse this trend. The last point that I want to bring in, that as I said earlier, that this pandemic has clearly demonstrated that the private sector has not been able to respond to this crisis. There are various reasons. The current mix of service provisioning and the service ethos that the private sector has and inculcates which has been deliberately propagated over the years, clearly points out that their ability to respond to public emergencies would always remain limited. Regulation is a crucial method to change this situation and bring in some discipline to private sector, but that may not be adequate. We need a robust, viable, well-functioning public system to be able to counter or bring private sector into better regulation and more publicly oriented practice. In this period, we see that ignoring all the evidence of a lack of performance on the private sector, government is putting in efforts to privatize district hospitals, bring some of the district hospitals into PPP mode. We need to resist such trends. And the last point that I want to bring in is that the PMJY, the Prime Minister's Jan Arogya scheme, which is a tax-funded health insurance scheme, where the idea is public money would be used to access service in the private sector, is one of the must-hype scheme of this current government, a continuation of what was happening earlier. But the scheme clearly failed to provide access to healthcare services for poor and deprived section in this period. And we need an alternative framework. In some states like Kerala, we saw that defunct private facilities were brought under public control and were roped in to the management of COVID care. We need greater penetration of public service, particularly in the urban area in the form of primary care, so that some of these schemes of siphoning public money towards private sector profit can be reduced significantly. So an alternative vision of public health system needs greater public investment and also fulfilling human resource vacancies, providing health workers dignified work, providing access to medicines and crucial services, but also greater investment on health research, on disease surveillance and preventive public health programs. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Indranil. That was more Rahul Dravid than Yusuf Pathan. Probably. So thank you for your presentation. Indranil, in the course of his presentation, spoke about the important issue of health workers. And that's perhaps going to be the theme that now Sindhu is going to take up. So let me invite Sindhu to make a presentation.
Yeah. So I was asked to present about the frontline workers, especially the Ashas and Anganwadi workers, and their experience during the pandemic. And in my understanding, they are the strongest component of our weak public health system. You see that the withdrawal of the government from the public services and then the commercialization of these essential services, including health. So along with that, the informalization of the workforce in this service sector, essential services, including the health. that typical. Earlier there was this contractorization and that was happening. Even now it is there, but this is a typical kind of informalization. This category of workers were created as scheme workers. They are not at all recognized as workers, and as you all know that they are considered to be the voluntary. And here there is a contradiction in their recruitment process itself. This recruitment of Ashas or Anganwadi workers that clearly states that it's a kind of providing livelihood to the socially backward women and their priority for socially backward sections, the castes or widows, like that. And then in their work profile, they are volunteers and they are not entitled for any of the rights of the workers. So, and it is in addition, this particularly in the care work, it is the traditional role of women inside the house that is extended to this entire services. There are around 26 lakh Anganwadi workers and 10 lakh ASHA workers. And especially in the health sector, a little bit health related work the Anganwadi workers are doing, but the ASHA workers are working under the National Health Mission. And there are a large number of other sections of workers as well, even within the health sector. Most of the workers working in other categories also under NHM, they are all scheme workers. They are also very low paid, including the ambulance drivers and all. And even these women, there are other categories like Mamtas, Satins, then Nitanins in the different states. Some of them are under the state government schemes as well. And there is they were recruited for addressing the issues of maternal mortality or child mortality and all. And there was one interesting case in Odisha that there after the recruitment, after 5 years or so, the recruitment of the ASHA workers, the NHM was working. Then the institutional delivery has increased in the public health system itself. So there was a necessity for a recruitment of more midwives and ANMs like that. But the government has created another type of category of workers that is called Yashodas. That is a kind of, you can say that a fixed term employment type of category. So this is what is going on in the field of these scheme workers. And our experience during the pandemic, as is already explained, it is a very pathetic situation, and the private sector totally failed, and our weaknesses and strength of the public health system has come out. And here we can say that the frontline workers, including these Ashas and Anganwadi workers, they have actually saved the country from much more a tragic situation. So there, the main problems the frontline workers faced was that in the first means initial stages, one is the safety. So they were not at all provided with any safety measures, whether PPE kits or even sanitizers were not given to the ASHA workers or Anganwadi workers who were going to the field, visiting house to house, even reporting about the migrants returning, and even informing people or teaching people about how to do and all these, and reporting about the cases. So there their safety was under stake, and then there was a the death rate of these frontline workers has increased like anything. And in our experience in Andhra Pradesh only, in the first 3 months of this lockdown, 20 ASHA workers died. So within the 3 months of the lockdown, there they were not given any compensation even. So means they were not provided, because the in other categories of workers, this because of the pandemic there was a risk allowance and all, means even the police or the health sector workers and all, uh, they were provided. But these scheme workers, they were never given any risk allowance or anything. And only announcement was made by the government was that actually what Indranil was telling about the workers, that in case of ASHA workers, their allowances earlier, they were piece rate workers. Anganwadi workers are getting a monthly remuneration, but ASHA workers are piece rate workers. For each service, each time they are getting a piece rate only, and their fixed amount of remuneration is 1,000 rupees, and 2018 onwards it was 2,000 rupees. And it will not be 144 rupees even, so even half of that. So there the government of India announced one additional 1,000 rupees per month for the ASHA workers. And actually the entire other kinds of services in the health system which the ASHA workers used to provide, that was all stopped, as Indranil also has pointed out. So there the entire other income has been stopped, and only this 2,000 rupees and this announcement of 1,000 rupees, that also there was a survey conducted by a journalist, and 80% of the ASHAs did not receive the additional remuneration announced by the central government, this 1,000 rupees. And there was no compensation even, and even these 50 lakh rupees of insurance which was announced for the death by corona. In many cases there was no postmortem, as it was not declared as a corona death, and out of this 99% did not receive the compensation. This is the similar case with the Anganwadi workers also. And then the other problem, as Indran mentioned, about the social prejudices, and then they were not treated as corona warriors, they were treated as corona carriers. So there was a kind of social boycott in their families also, so much tension, depression, everything was there. At the same time, they were attacked in many places. One was for reporting about the cases, the migrants returning from abroad and all, they were attacked. Other, they were going door to door for checking up with the patients, whether the temperature and all. They were attacked in Gurgaon, in Haryana, in Punjab. From Gurudwara, there was an announcement that you should boycott the ASHA workers, and they are the carriers of corona, like that. So this was all faced by this ASHA workers, and in many there was cases of they were physically attacked within their home also. That kind of cases also came up during this period. Then the other thing was there about the vaccination also. So in the vaccination, they were treated as guinea pigs. They were asked to take the vaccine, which was not fully tested. That the frontline workers were asked to take that. And even there also we had cases where the after vaccination, ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers dying. In Andhra Pradesh, we took up a case and we got the compensation as well. So these are the different kinds of in the experiences in the field. And to the end, I would like to give some inspiring experiences of our struggles, or how we try to counter all these situations. One is that even before this lockdown, because of this situation and these demands of regularization and minimum wages and social security, there was numerous struggles, continuous struggles at local level, at state level, and national level as well. And the visible presence of these scheme workers during the last means more than a decade, that has inspired many other struggles also. In my opinion, this has even created an atmosphere where this even it was helpful in the farmers' upsurge as well. So there, even the latest, there was this 5th September 2018, this Mazdoor Kisan Sangharsh rally. There is a large contingent of the scheme workers. And then within 5 days of that rally, Modi was forced to announce an increase in remuneration of Anganwadi workers and ASHA workers in 2018. So even during this pandemic, our experience is that the working class has reacted to this situation, whether the struggle to combat this pandemic, or the struggle to counter the situation which was created by the entire migrant labor's issues, or whether there are problems of their rights. So there, from the beginning itself, the including this frontline workers, they were in the forefront of the relief operations for the migrant laborers. From the day one onwards, they were on the street, whether to provide food and even to give the PPE kits and other things to other frontline workers as well. And 21st of April, the first call of protest came. That was Bhashan Nahi Ration Chahiye. And then there were so many local level struggles by these ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers. For example, one was that then Indore. Indore was a place where there was a big, it was a red zone area from the beginning because of the large coming back of people from abroad. There, the ASHA workers had a strike for the safety measures and for an additional risk allowance. The district administration was forced to give them an additional risk allowance there. That was in the first quarter of this pandemic and the lockdown. And then in many other states also, so many struggles were there for additional remuneration or risk allowance, whatever we can call. And there were many success stories also. And then we can see that on 14th of May, taking up this issue, we have given a national call that phool nahi suraksha chahiye, that not the flowers, but we want the safety. So that was mainly it was for the frontline workers. There was tremendous response, and even there the solidarity actions by the working class and from the community also providing safety measures to the frontline workers, it was taken up. And on 7th and 8th of August, we had an all India strike, 2-day strike of the frontline workers, especially the scheme workers. So this was preceded by the this 9th August call by the peasantry as well as the working class on the Quit India Day and All India protest. 7th and 8th of August, there was a strike. And then within 6 months of lockdown, the strike, the general strike was announced. We all know that 26th November strike, and now the 26-27 Kisan Long March, Kisan March, and now we are in that situation of the historic struggles going on. And here we can see the participation of these kind of informalized government sector workers in large numbers, and it is increasing also. And now against this privatization, including that of health sector, and on against labor codes and also against the Farm Acts, this joint call of the joint platform of trade unions and also the Samyukta Kisan Morcha, it has come on 15. There was a program on this against the privatization. And here one thing, and we are preparing for higher and bigger struggles. One thing I would like to mention, it is a shortcoming in these struggles. The workers' struggles on the health sector or in the service sectors is coming. And these are all essential services. And whatever we have discussed here is the right of the people for the public health and for the strengthening of the public health system. We need to develop it as a mass struggle, and that as a mass movement on the basic rights of food and health services as well as for the education. I think in the coming days we will be looking towards or working towards that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sindhu. Thank you for your presentation. Now, all 4 of the speakers scheduled for this session have spoken. We have about 22 minutes still at hand to address questions. So to begin with, Jessim has a couple of questions which relate to vaccination. The first is, what explains the fact that the vaccination centers are not as crowded as expected, especially the vaccination centers run by government? And the second is, whatever happened to the Indian Covaxin? Everyone I have come across has received Covishield. So maybe Pravir Satyajit, Indranil, all of them can chip in and responding to these questions.
I think that's a Satyajit question. He should feel that.
Okay, Satyajit.
Now we know who is the Virendra Sehwag here.
So the first question I'm going to leave to Indranil to address, because it's very much a question that relates to public perceptions of healthcare delivery, including vaccine hesitancy, vaccine anxiety, vaccine cynicism, whatever one calls it. So I'm going to leave that one for Indranil, and I'm going to go to the second question because that's a straightforward issue. So there's a technical component to that response, which is the difference between how Covishield and Covaxin are designed. I talked about the platform, the technological platforms. Covishield is in the category which delivers the genetic code for the spike protein into the body. It does so by putting it into a harmless adenovirus. In the case of Covishield, a chimpanzee origin adenovirus. But essentially, that chimpanzee origin adenovirus, when injected, provides the COVID-19, the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein genetic information to the body itself, and the body makes the spike protein and responds to the spike protein. This is therefore at the production level, at the large scale, a relatively harmless technology. You're making adenoviruses, you're making large amounts of adenoviruses, but these are harmless adenoviruses, and therefore you can scale up manufacture quite easily. Covaxin, on the other hand, which is the ICMR Bharat Biotech technology, and I was hoping that we were going to come up with why have all vaccines, 90% of the vaccines across the world, including in India, been developed in the public sector with public sector funding and been transferred to the profit-making private sector for manufacture. But that's a separate issue. The ICMR Bharat Biotech Covaxin is essentially growing the natural virus, SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 causing virus, in large amounts. So it is an infectious virus. Then the virus is purified and inactivated. So once it is inactivated, it is safe to be injected into bodies as a mimic to generate an immune response. But in the manufacture process, you are therefore expecting the manufacturing technology to work at large scale in manufacturing huge amounts of infectious virus, which means that safety and containment during manufacture become a major issue. And as a result, making large amounts of infectious virus is always going to be a much more problematic thing to scale up in manufacturing terms than making a relatively harmless virus such as the adenovirus. It's therefore no surprise that Serum Institute of India can massively scale up an adenovirus-based vaccine technology platform, whereas the Bharat Biotech enterprise cannot scale up over exactly the same accelerating trajectory the manufacture of Covaxin. And therefore, it's not surprising that there is an enormous disparity between the supply of Covaxin doses versus the supply of Covishield doses. Now, this is not the only reason, but this is a major reason, and this is one of the many issues that I thought we should incorporate as technological underpinnings of what is essentially a technosocial issue. The first question, as I said, I'm going to egg Indranil to respond to.
Okay, thanks, Satyajit. Yeah, I'll make two points. One is a personal anecdote. I was in Calcutta and I was with my parents, so I took them to a public hospital in a suburb. and for the vaccination, we saw that there is like overwhelming crowd. People, this is in a suburb which is extremely densely populated, well-functioning secondary care facility, huge crowd. Then I went for surveys in Kolkata Municipal Corporation and municipal hospitals. We saw significant crowd in all of this. The point I'm trying to draw here is in places where public systems are historically stronger and there is a history of taking care in the crisis situation, people have better trust. Definitely people are going to these facilities. If we look at the numbers overall, less than 30% of the vaccination till now are happening in private sector. More than 70% in the public system, though the numbers of hospitals enrolled are double than the public system. 20,000 private hospitals vis-a-vis 10,000 public hospitals. But then the other point I want to make very quickly here is that beyond the metropolitan cities, the capacity of private sector hospitals doing vaccination is very limited. They will not have the refrigerators, ILers properly in place to store vaccines. And there would be also some bit of lack of training in nurses to do the vaccination adequately, though that may be a lesser significant issue. Large part of other routine vaccination in the private sector happens only in the metropolitan cities or bigger cities. And it is only limited to top 10-15% of the population. So vaccination and private facility, large part of the country cannot associate with. So they would go to public facility. Of course, the cities like Delhi are very different. In fact, Bombay, which has a strong municipal health system, albeit all the reforms and declining quality, that would still attract more people towards public system, I suppose. Thanks.
Thank you. Robbie, do you want to add something?
No, I don't think I need to add anything to what has been said, but it is possible that because a lot of it was thought to be through the COVID app and people had to book, so a lot of the people who are not so familiar, and particularly my age group people, even with my phone, I find all of this rather difficult to use at my 74 years of age. So I'm wondering how much of that has also been a bit of a showstopper. Though, of course, you can walk in and stand in queue and hopefully you'll get a vaccine still.
Can I add one small point here?
Okay.
It's very, so again, this is anecdotal evidence, but it is still a very middle class educated section phenomena that going to the public facilities for vaccine. The poor are largely unaware, they're not able to deal with this, and they don't, in fact, there is also the hesitancy part, so this might exacerbate some of the inequalities that exist in the society. We might see the numbers, we don't have numbers to back this up, but I'm just sharing as an anecdote.
Surajit, if I may.
Yeah, but Sachin, before you speak on that, because there's a related question that Vikas has,
sure.
I'll just, we could also comment on that. Sure. His question is that there's a huge amount of experience we have of large-scale vaccination in India, which works basically on reaching people, going to homes, door to door, rather than expecting them to come to vaccination centers. So is that a realistic possibility with regard to the COVID-19 vaccination also, or are we going to rely only on people coming to vaccination centers? If you could address that also.
So let me couple my response and then I will hand it back to Indranil to talk about the differences between our universal immunization program, which is what we are talking about as our experience, and the different imperatives and needs of a COVID-19 vaccination campaign. But vaccine hesitancy has an additional feature to it, The Covaxin in early approval triumphalist nationalist imbroglio added to it. But there is a general narrative about how rapidly vaccines for COVID-19 have been developed. And a great deal of vaccine skepticism and hesitancy across the world in locally configured, locally culturally configured ways has focused on, if something has been made so rapidly, there must be something wrong with it. There must be shortcuts and so on and so forth. And the Indian government's triumphalist nationalist narrative has not provided sober, nuanced, clear information about what parts of the vaccine development pipeline have not been shortcut and what parts have been very carefully and measuredly shortcut. Instead, we've indulged in an official narrative of chest beating about just how rapidly we've made our own vaccine. And it's therefore no wonder that people have incorporated the speed of vaccine development into a skepticism of vaccines. So that's one issue. As a matter of record, let me point out that for the safety testing of vaccines, all vaccines, Covaxin included, there have been no shortcuts at all. So all vaccines are safe to take, and based on preliminary evidence, all vaccines will provide reasonable protection. But because we have not cast our messaging and narrative as a means of getting information across to empowered citizens, but simply as a drum beating or a thali beating, whichever you want to call it, we have a significant amount of vaccine skepticism consequences. That's one issue. The issue about outreach, door-to-door vaccination is, number one, to do with the scales involved, the time course involved. Keep in mind that the universal immunization program immunizes, Indranil, correct me, 7 crores a year, somewhere in that ballpark, and distributed throughout the year. I mean, all pregnancies don't result in babies in 1 month. So distributed throughout the year, number one. Number two, even in that, the bulk of the door-to-door component of vaccination is with the oral polio vaccine drops. Injections are much less door-to-door. There are some places where door-to-door injectable vaccination is being delivered, but that's a far more specific and contained component. Here, what we are looking for is an injection being delivered door-to-door. And so I will simply pass the buck to Indranil to explain the distinctions that are involved in response to Vikas's question.
Indranil?
Very briefly, so more about describing this. We have what is called Village Health and Sanitation Nutrition Day, where the ANMs go to certain, say, Anganwadi centers, and mothers come to get their children vaccinated. That's one model. And then there is this special catch-up rounds which are done for polios, where door-to-door is also done. So that's the point I wanted to bring in. And I cannot agree more with Satyajit on this, the issues of hesitancy. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else has any question? Can I just then ask a question to to Satyajit, which is this, that is there some relationship between whether the profit motive or the public health motive works and the choice of technologies with which the vaccines are being developed? Is there some relationship there? And to Prabir, just one question. If you, according to the UNICEF data, the vaccine donations in the world, paradoxically, the largest vaccine donors in the world are China and India. Both countries which have very large populations to vaccinate themselves. Okay. But at least for India, the data is also showing that the donation amount is small relative to the exported amount, which is presumably for commercial purposes. So how do you see this? Is it that facilities in India or China, large production facilities for vaccine, are themselves going to serve because of, can vaccine nationalism or geopolitical calculations actually make these capacities get used to democratize vaccine access across the world? Or is it going to feed into the advanced countries monopolizing most of the vaccines? So Satyajit first and then Praveen.
Okay, so let me give examples of what I'm calling the shaping of technological choices by the profit motive and driven by, as Indranil pointed out, the fact that the public healthcare system withdrew from its responsibilities in large part, and even when it didn't completely withdraw, depended on private technological industrial supply for this. This is not simply a matter of, these examples are not simply vaccine examples. So let me give the example of diagnostic tests. Remember that the diagnostic test that is used universally, the so-called RT-PCR test, the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction test, is a test and technology that depends on a fairly expensive instrument. There are far cheaper non-instrument dependent alternatives available. Yet, across the world, the overwhelming bulk of technological choices made to market virus detection methods ranged primarily at the high end, at the sensitive end, dependent on this instrumentation heavy RT-PCR test. And one is then forced to speculate that part of the imperative for this is driven by the imperative profit motive of the instrument makers, especially since large transnational umbrella concerns own both components. So that's one example. As far as the vaccine technologies are concerned, Prabir underlined this very much better than I did, which is that it's not simply patents that provide for exclusivity of manufacturing control. It is also the underlying know-how. Making mRNA-based technologies, making plasmid or DNA-based technologies, even making adenovirus-based technologies on large scale requires a certain level of tech absorption capacity in the industry that is dependent on fairly specialized know-how. That falls, as Prabir pointed out, effectively in the category of intellectual property, trade secrets, whichever way one wants to frame it. And all of those depend on that. On the other hand, the technology that is involved in, say, the Novavax vaccine, it's harder to develop, but easier to scale up. The technology with respect to the Bharat Biotech Covaxin is very easy to develop, although it is harder to scale up. But it is harder to scale up not because the absorption is difficult, but because of the safety risks involved with scale-ups. So this is a complex landscape of trade-offs between technological ease, profits, and related issues. And in this, let me underline a point. All the current deployed vaccines that we are aware of, the mRNA vaccines and the adenoviral vaccines, which are the major categories of vaccine technology platforms, all of them, without exception, were developed for two major diseases over the past 20 years. One was Ebola. And Ebola, the vaccines were developed knowing that it was going to be vaccine colonialism, that companies in the global north were going to develop these vaccines and their governments were going to use them. And this is where the distinction between donations of export versus as an instrument of political influence versus straightforward commercial interests comes into play. Ebola vaccines were always going to be donated for ring vaccinations, for local vaccinations in affected areas in African countries. And that's why they could be at a very high level of technological absorptive background needs without any problems. And that's how they've been developed. On the other hand, the other way, especially for the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, those vaccines were developed again similarly, but this time for SARS and for MERS. And in all of this, there is, as I keep saying, a complex landscape of trade-offs between nationalist interests that are political, between commercial interests that are transnational, and the technological platforms involved. The rest I'm going to leave to Prabir.
Prabir, quickly, because we have to also
Jessup has
conclude this
said,
session and go to the next.
Jessup has already said thank you. So I'm aware of the, shall I say, the bottom line. Quick, okay? I'm going to be very quick on this. Essentially, if you look at it, India has really produced bulk drugs, not bulk drugs, what we used to call bulk drugs, but really generic medicines in large quantities for the international market, not competing with the patented medicine, which it has left, even though it is now trying to compete in that sphere. And vaccines are somewhat similar. We have really been on the generic vaccine market there for a large amount of vaccine manufacture, which takes place in India. And big multinationals are not interested in vaccines except for probably the flu virus. That's something they're interested in, not in the rest of it. So India and China, in that sense, have been really big players in this. India has big vaccine manufacturers. China has much more distributed vaccine manufacturing, but both have a lot of capacity for vaccine manufacture, and they have cheap vaccines they manufacture, sell to the international market, donate some of it. So the business model is really different. That's why the quantity is large, but money-wise, it's not. Money-wise, it's still a few of the big American companies or other European ones who seem to make the more profits, the high end of the market, but that's for another day. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so thank you. I'd like to thank all the four speakers in this session for having really enlightened all of us about aspects of the issue which particularly the economists are not necessarily always fully conversant or familiar with, even though one of the presenters is himself an economist. So thank you very much for your presentations. It was great. We shall now move on to the last session for today, which is going to be an extended session because one speaker, Atul Sood, has been moved from tomorrow's session till today because of some other engagement tomorrow. So this session will continue from till about 7:30. And in this session, we have four speakers: Jayati Ghosh, C.P. Chandrasekhar, Sanjay Reddy, and then Atul Sood, in that order. So I don't think any one of the speakers really requires any kind of an introduction. In the interest of time management, let me request Jayati to make her first presentation.
Thank you very much, Rajit. It's a great pleasure to be part of this. And that was an absolutely fascinating discussion just now that we heard, which I'm very grateful to have to follow on from, because I'm going to pick up some of the points that were already made so brilliantly and effectively by Satyajit and Prabir and Indranil. So because I'm venturing into areas, as Surajit pointed out, that are not necessarily the economist domain, some of them, But let me just, I want to just show you a couple of slides as well, just to give you a sense of the point about, okay, okay, yes. So I just want to begin by pointing out that where you live in the world actually matters, okay? And why? Because this is a peculiar virus, okay? It's a virus that has actually disproportionately affected Europe and the USA, unlike all the other recent viruses, you know, H1N1, SARS, MERS, Ebola, which fundamentally affected the developing world or East Asia. This is one where the morbidity and mortality rates are much, much higher in the developed world, particularly North America and North Europe. So I think that's a defining feature, because this is what has determined the scale of the policy responses across the world in both advanced and developing countries. It's true the virus originated in Wuhan, China. It's true that they brought in a policy of containment, but this was a policy that was adapted across the world without regard to the context. And I think some of those issues were already raised by Satyajit in his discussion, that you are living in you're dealing with populations who live already in extremely congested circumstances, who are not able to do the physical distancing. I think the term social distancing is disgusting. It's basically caste, but they're not able to do the physical distancing that is mandated for the containment, and where a huge part of your workforce is informal, where you cannot simply say, well, stop everything and you can manage without any source of livelihood for whatever time it takes. This is a response that is possible in developed countries because they have much more extensive social protection systems, because they have much greater formality. Developing countries, 70% on average are informal, and in developed countries, it's more like 25%. So there's a very large difference in terms of the ways in which they could implement certain policies. Nonetheless, the lockdown became the global containment policy. And the other aspect of this fact of the geographical concentration of the extreme impact of this virus in the north has been the speed and urgency of the global response. This is really taking up from the points that Satyajit and Prabir have already made. We have had the most rapid vaccine development in history. And there are still no vaccines for a whole range of other viruses that affect people. The Ebola vaccine, which Satyajit just mentioned, took 6 years to develop. So the rapidity of the global response, which I'm sure was done with all the appropriate protocols, and they have all been recognized to be safe, was in no small measure due to the pressure created by northern governments, because they hastened the testing procedures, they enabled much greater testing, they were willing to go with smaller numbers in terms of the results, and they granted approval very, very quickly. The economist S. Subramaniam from Chennai has made the point that some viruses are clearly more equal than others, and this is clearly a case of that. But as a result of that, we've had the whole issues, all the issues that were mentioned, vaccine nationalism, grabs, hoarding, and so on. I will come back to that in a minute. And we've had very, very different fiscal responses in advanced and developing countries, although the broad containment strategy has been similar, although more aggressive in some countries. The point is that we not only have greater informality in the developing world, but we also have less social protection. And India is the extreme example of this. And that's my basic point. We have had the most severe containment policies, which are not suited to local conditions, and we haven't provided the same kinds of protection. Just to point out about the fiscal expenses. Now, this was at the end of December 2020, that developed countries on average were already spending an additional 22.6% of GDP in fiscal support. The other support, the central bank support in the United States alone comes to 40–50%. If you look at the latest Biden support program and you add that, we are talking about 26% of GDP. In terms of just the pandemic response, the fiscal additional spending in pandemic response. The emerging markets on average, as you will see, that includes India, is only 6.2%, and the least income countries are at 2.4%. And we are even spending less on average than we had spent after the global financial crisis, which tells you something. That's the right-hand chart, which tells you something about how it's a much bigger crisis. There's a much greater collapse in incomes, and yet developing countries are spending significantly less than they did before. A lot of that is because some countries have external debt concerns already, but a lot of it is simply the fear of capital flight. This is explicit in the case of India. They declare that the reason that they're not doing this is because it will lower our standing with credit rating agencies. And indeed, some of the credit rating agencies have already made noises about large fiscal deficits. This, I'm sure you would have already heard from Professor Patnaik and others, that this is not just counterproductive, but it's macroeconomically stupid because it is adding to the economic decline in the country. And I know that Chandra will have more to say about that. So I'm not going to talk about that. The other point is that, the Indian lockdown, we are unusual. It was the most extreme and brutal in the world. So this is a chart from the ILO, which is plotting informality on the y-axis with the degree of stringency of the lockdown. And everybody knows that India, we got 100% in terms of stringency, right? In the early days, the first national lockdown. And of course, we have the largest proportion of informality. 95% of our workers are informal, actually, without legal or social protection. But what is also unusual, what makes us unique in not a good way, is that we imposed this across the entire country, when in fact most regions had not been affected. At the time of the lockdown, there were only 600 cases in the country, concentrated in 4 states and in 3 major metros. And yet we imposed it across the country. And this is unlike China, for example, which imposed a lockdown in Wuhan and stopped internal transport between Wuhan and other provinces, but did not do this across the country, and thereafter imposed restrictions on mobility and other constraints only in areas that were defined as hotspots periodically. So we did this for the entire country without notice. No intimation was given even to state governments who were supposed to implement it. We stopped all public transport. I needn't talk about the implications. All of you know much better than I do. But also, it was so badly implemented that there was deep confusion about what constitutes essential goods and services, and many crucial public services were stopped. Indranil has already told you about health services, but Anganwadis were closed. Midday meal systems were closed. We were denying nutrition in a country that has one of the worst nutrition indicators in the world. And of course, we destroyed livelihoods. I'm sure there will be a lot more discussion about that. I don't need to dwell on this any further. What is striking is that we provided among the least social protection in the world. The ILO, which has been monitoring this, finds that India is the worst among the G20 countries, and that we're in the bottom 10 or 11 countries in the world in terms of the kinds of additional social protection we offered. Many low-income countries did much better than us. So a much smaller share of GDP. What did we do? Essentially, we provided a little bit more free food only to those already covered under the NFSA. We provided a little bit of free food for a few months to supposedly migrant workers, which was very badly implemented and not sufficiently provided even to the claimed numbers. And we provided tiny amounts of cash transfers to a very defined group of women Jan Dhan holders and so on. The other kinds of things, the social security or health insurance and so on offered to health workers, the ILO does not even consider these part of social protection because these are considered as the normal things government should be doing. What is more striking, and I'm sure this has come up already and will come up over and over again, is that India and Mexico are the only 2 countries that practiced fiscal austerity during the pandemic, that cut down in real terms on public spending over the worst 9 months of the pandemic. In Mexico, at least they transferred some of their spending towards social protection. So yes, overall, their fiscal stance was contractionary. It was a bad thing, but at least they transferred some of their fiscal spending towards greater social protection. In India, we did not do that. And of course, something that I'm sure Isaac will talk about later today, the state governments were also deprived of funds. The state governments who are responsible for meeting the essential human rights of the citizens were not just deprived of funds, they were deprived of their dues from the central government in terms of GST compensation, which they had been pending for more than a year. So all in all, the government's response has been actually unbelievable. I'm currently not in India, and anyone I talk to about the Indian government response simply cannot believe it. They say it can't happen in a democracy. Okay, I just want to go back to this question of the vaccine grab, but once more situate it in the global context, because it's a very important point, and I think Satyajit and Prabir have already covered all the important things, but I just want to give you a little graphic to give you a sense of that idea. This is the extent of vaccination on the left-hand side, the doses administered by the 21st of March. And as you can see, a few countries have done rather well for themselves by grabbing the vaccines and by appropriating the available doses. Many parts of the world have not had any dose at all, and most of them have managed to vaccinate less than 10% of their population. Now, this is an artificial scarcity, as has already been mentioned, but even this artificial scarcity is extraordinary because the developed countries have gone crazy in terms of demanding vaccine doses. They have demanded several multiples of their population. The United States, 4 times their population. Canada, 11 times their population. It's proudly announced on the Canadian government website. The European Union, about 3 times their population, and so on and so forth. Then, of course, they have claimed that they will subsequently give the extra doses to people in other countries deserving and so on. President Biden has announced that they will transfer extra doses to the NAFTA countries, to Canada and Mexico. Why Canada needs it when it's already booked 11 times the GDP, we don't know, but anyway. This grab has effectively meant that countries that are trying to buy vaccines for their own population are at the bottom of the queue and cannot even make they can make orders for 2023 at this point, okay? This need not have happened. COVAX, a facility set up by WHO, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and an epidemiological preparedness initiative. This was specifically set up to avoid that. COVAX is an international facility that is supposed to encourage the production and then buy vaccines and distribute them. According to a very just scheme, 3% of the population first, then the next 20%, and then everybody. And the whole purpose of this is to make sure you don't get that kind of vaccine grab. Unfortunately, COVAX did not prohibit side deals by governments with individual pharma companies. And that's precisely what happened. These rich country governments that I have already talked about basically did side deals. The pricing is opaque. The price of vaccines varies anywhere between $2.50 to $44 per dose. We don't really know who is paying how much. COVAX itself has not been transparent about the prices that it's paying, but it's way back in the queue. We can see that. COVAX is not even able to access the vaccines that it has promised, and it's underfunded in any case. It wanted about 6.8 billion, it's got 4 billion. To adequately meet its targets, it would need about 4 times that amount. It's an artificial scarcity. Why? Because in fact, the production facilities across the world exist for the making of these vaccines, but there is patent protection, of course, has been mentioned, IPR protection in general, and developed countries have been repeatedly blocking efforts led by India and South Africa, but supported by everybody in the developing world. This is the chart on the right, the map on the right, which is the red crosses are the hall of shame of the countries that are opposing the waiving of intellectual property rights on all vaccines and related treatments. That is to say, including the testing, the masks, the PPP, the other required things during the period of the pandemic, which exists in the WTO provisions, which exists in the TRIPS and public health provisions. Nonetheless, it's being repeatedly blocked. It is a major way in which companies are allowed to basically make massive hay while the sun shines, even though all of these vaccines were almost entirely developed with public funds. The Pfizer makes a big case in the US that they haven't taken any US federal money, but they basically got the technology from BioNTech, which got money from the German government. Moderna got 2 billion from the US government. Johnson & Johnson got 2.5 billion from the US government, and so on and so forth. The US has paid 12 billion to 6 companies alone, and an estimated 6 billion to all the companies for vaccine development. And in the EU as well, there's a very, I don't know the exact number, but basically all of these are vaccines developed with public money. The case of AstraZeneca is particularly worth noting because this is a vaccine developed entirely in an Oxford lab with public money, with Oxford's public university money devoted to this particular development. And the purpose and the intention, the declared intention of the Oxford lab was to make this a commonly available technology, open access. They were planning to just publish the entire technology and everything to do with it and make it available to everyone in the world. Bill Gates, who is a major funder, he gave, I think, 750 million, or no, 475 million to Oxford University, stepped in and persuaded the Oxford University to go for a special individual deal with AstraZeneca, whereby AstraZeneca then declared that it was not going to make profits during the pandemic, didn't define how long that was, it didn't define what making profits is. And as a result, we find AstraZeneca selling at different rates to different countries, charging more to South Africa than they do to the European Union, for example. But this was something that need not have happened. This was technology that could have been made available and was intended as late as July, October, the change happened in July, yes. Until July, it was intended to be publicly accessible data and information and technology. So these are things which are the conflicts of interest involved in this, we don't know, but it's very clearly the case that there are concerns about how public knowledge can be transferred into private hands in this particular way. CTAP is another facility the WHO set up, the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool. And this is precisely designed to get around the other problem that Probir and Satyajit mentioned, which is to make available the technologies. And the idea is that companies should share their technologies to enable the production of this in this pandemic emergency. 48 countries have joined, all developing countries. No company has joined. And yet the rich country governments could very easily persuade these companies to join if they wanted to. The Biden government has just forced Johnson & Johnson to share its technology with Merck because they want more production of the J&J vaccine within the US. So if they can do that for Merck, they could do that for CTAP. They have chosen not to. These are all companies that have already made normal profits and probably much more than normal profits. Pfizer anticipates 14 billion profits this year from this vaccine. And therefore, there's absolutely no reason to prevent this. There's another small difference I just want to highlight. I realize I'm running out of time. The WHO itself, there are ways in which it functions, which also prevent the greater circulation of vaccines produced elsewhere. The WHO regulatory approval is a fairly prolonged process unless you happen to be part of a special group of regulatory authorities whom the WHO believes are safe. No surprises, those regulatory authorities are all in the US, Canada, Northern Europe, and Australia. Every other country's regulatory authorities have to go through a very, very complicated process that takes months to get WHO approval for their vaccines. So while the Sputnik 5 vaccine developed in Russia and the Sinopharm and Sinovac vaccines developed in China applied for WHO approval before Moderna and Pfizer, they have still not got it. Moderna and Pfizer got it in late November. They are still waiting in late March for the WHO regulatory approval. It is true that some countries are going ahead anyway, but in a situation where there is, as has been mentioned, there's a grab for market share, all of these are very, very significant. There's a Cuban vaccine, which is apparently also giving very promising results. Chances of it getting WHO regulatory approval are at the moment very low and very delayed. Okay, I just wanted to mention all of these because I think it's important to recognize the broader context in which the Indian vaccine development has taken place. It's worth noting that we are very much part of that, shall we say, corporate rich country government nexus, which is trying to promote vaccine development of a particular type. And the idea that we are using this for our own soft power, I think it's a bit laughable. We are really playing into the hands of a different kind of global agenda geopolitically. I'll stop there. I just want to emphasize that the vaccines are one part of the broader step towards recovery from COVID-19. All the other elements of what would be required for a broad-based economic and social recovery at the moment are missing in India. And I think that is the real concern that we have to have 1 year after the lockdown was announced, that we are in a significantly worse economic and social situation, and that at the moment there appear to be no national government strategies to improve that in a significant way. Thanks.
Thank you, Jayati. Now, Professor Chandrasekhar, your 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I suppose I should start by saying that many of the issues which I as an economist can cover have been covered initially by Surajit and Prabhat and partly now by Jayati. So I'll try not to be repetitive as far as possible, but some of these issues would be coming up again. Essentially, we know that there are when we look at it from this kind of through this kind of a lens, there are three questions. One is, what was the intensity of the crisis, or is the intensity of the crisis, which the country experienced because partly of the pandemic itself, but more importantly because of the state response to the pandemic. The second is that what exactly was that state response, which a lot of people have spoken about. And the third, of course, is that given this, what really is the scenario for the near future, for the coming financial year and the year after that. Now, the official response has been underlined by everybody is that things are really looking good because of the fact that we've gone through a V-shaped recovery. But as we know that this V-shaped recovery really is not even putting India back onto the trajectory on which it would have been if we didn't go through the pandemic. But of course, in any case, it was not going to be on that trajectory because towards the sort of third and fourth quarters of 2019, the economy had already started going down, starting from about 4 or 5 quarters before that, was going down into a recession. It was the rates of growth, even of the kind of numbers which come out of the 2012 series, were pointing to a significant deceleration in growth and a tendency towards recession. And of course, people were speaking about the fact that, as was widely reported, from biscuits to cars, the system was faced with the demand shortages, and therefore the possibility of a recession was substantial. But if we go earlier than that, we really are saying that this so-called V-shaped recovery is going to keep us, significantly short of what would have been the output. The level of output if we go back to the period before the turnaround or the downturn began. Okay, so the issue is what exactly was the impact of that in terms of where we were likely to go. We know from the quarterly labor force surveys, which is now available for the period from April to June as well, that an unemployment rate, current weekly status, which is about 9% plus in the first of the quarters of the calendar year, had gone up to close to 21%. And current weekly status is basically asking a person whether there was at least 1 hour in the reference period of the previous week in which he or she had some employment. So you're really talking about a basic minimum level of employment. And in essence, what you're saying is that 1 out of 5 people who was in the labor force seems to have been unable to get even that much of an unemployment, which obviously is going to have devastating effects, not just then, but obviously in terms of the ability to come back to a kind of employment you might have had which itself, given the predominance of precarious employment in the country, the informality of the workforce, etc., we know is not the best. But the likelihood from reports, for example, the Delhi survey and so on and so forth, which has been reported over the last few days, points to the fact that even those who are coming back to work are really not coming back to work to jobs which would even give them what they were getting earlier. So you're really going to see a situation where, in terms of some kind of a market at the bottom of the pyramid, that's going to be considerably depressed. And as Prabhat pointed out, things are going to be even worse because of the fact that during this period of time, there's been a considerable accumulation. People had to survive. Many of them don't have savings. There's no social protection. So they must have essentially, as reports indicate, anecdotal sort of reports indicate, they have got indebted in considerable measure. And given that burden of debt, you're going to have to actually have a situation in which you're going to be allocating part of even that limited income, if you get it, by coming back into the workforce, is going to be allocated to repay your debt. And therefore, on the consumption side, we're going to have a situation which is quite depressed. And as far as investment is concerned, if you take the second advanced estimate, the projection is, it's likely possibly to be worse. The projection is that in this financial year, that is 2021, gross capital, fixed capital formation in the country would have gone down by, in real terms, by about 12%, compared to an increase of about 6% we had in the previous year. So investment is also going to be significantly down, consumption is down, and therefore what we should expect is that the effects of this, multiplier effects and the effects on future employment, etc., would be such as that the likelihood of us even getting back to a situation where we replicate the recession-bound economy's trajectory, prior to pandemic recession-bound economy, and to get back even to that level is going to be is most unlikely. So in a growth sense, in an employment sense, in the sense of access to earnings, livelihoods, etc., as many have pointed out, things are really bad, and that is going to influence what's going to happen. So the source of this optimism is unclear. This optimism that actually, or things are actually turning out to be very good. That we've seen this V-shaped recovery, and this V-shaped recovery is going to now, actually become some kind of a J-shaped recovery, and we're going to keep growing and getting back or exceeding where we're likely to be, as the chief economic advisor tended to point out when he was presenting the economic survey. Now the thing is, that this obviously is as bad as it is because of the fact that has been pointed out by all who refer to the issue, that because of the fact that the government's response in terms of offering a fiscal stimulus, using a part of that stimulus to make transfers to people to sustain consumption, to actually provide adequate guarantees so that credit could be provided to small and medium firms for them to survive till the effects of the pandemic go, so that they are still afloat at the end of the pandemic and can return to business. That in all of these senses, even in terms of the guarantees which are given and the partial guarantees which are given, they were so measly that really we are in a situation where we have a government which looked at in terms of what it has done relative to GDP, 1.5% maybe, and in terms of relative comparisons with many other developing countries, and of course the developed countries, it was the sort of real fiscal stimulus in terms of actual spend was meager. And there was some kind of pressure on the central bank to try and keep interest rates low and push liquidity into the system in the hope that that would somehow get the economy moving again, which of course is not really happening. Now the thing is, when we ask the question, why didn't the government do what other governments did, what was logically the thing to do, particularly given the intensity of the crisis, and given the fact that if you really look at it as a number, the government has gone way beyond what was its so-called glide path to 3% of fiscal deficit to GDP ratio, because we are talking about levels of 9%. Even next year it's going to be 6.8% and so on. So it's not that they were, necessarily in so afraid of not putting out a number, because the world over, the opinion was changing that really, given the intensity of this crisis, its widespread nature, you've got to drop orthodoxies which emphasize monetary policy as being the principal way of addressing a crisis, and take a major proactive fiscal step. And therefore, I do think only the fear of finance, in some sense, cannot explain the sort of the adherence to some kind of austerity on these kinds of issues. And this is also important because of the fact that, it's not merely acts of commission, that is not spending. That actually not going in for proactive fiscal policies, etc., of that kind. But there's one. Supposing we take the period, in September last year. Not last year, year before last, in September 2019, when the recession was clear, we all would recall that the finance minister, when under pressure to provide a stimulus from big business, which was particularly the automobile industry and so on, decided that the best stimulus she can provide in the context of what was a demand-constrained system, compressed demand leading to recession, decided to actually offer a huge corporate tax concession. The effective corporate tax rate was brought down from about 34.6% or so to about 25.2, 25.3%. That was a huge, almost 10 percentage point decline. A reduction in the effective tax rate. The benefit which was provided for new companies which were setting themselves up was even larger. And in essence, therefore, the estimate which was provided by the finance minister at that point of time was that she was foregoing revenue to the tune of about 1.45 lakh crore over a full financial year in order to actually incentivize investment by the private sector. And this was, of course, absurd. It was completely absurd because of the fact that when you're in the midst of a recession, obviously, the idea is not to provide a tax concession, but it's to spend. And if you're going to spend, it's better to retain the revenues and undertake spending rather than forego revenues in the hope that because of the incentive that provides, firms which actually don't see a market out there are still going to expand capacity and undertake investment, which obviously didn't happen as the numbers show. Now the thing is that the first simplest thing to do when confronted with the recession would have been for the government then to decide that, listen, let's at least put this on hold. You could have said that, at that point of time when we did it, the pandemic hadn't yet struck. We then thought that this was a way of addressing the recession, but now that the pandemic has struck and that we need money to address the health emergency, to provide transfers to people who are adversely affected, to spend in order to try and stimulate a recovery, etc. That for these reasons we need additional revenue, so we're going to put this on hold. And we'll come back to it later. Or it could have said, listen, we are taking this concession back, because it was not something which was being demanded at that point of time, even by big business. Big business was basically trying to say, please spend, because we are not able to sell the goods that we're producing and we are stuck with large inventories, okay? Now, therefore, so the first thing is you choose not to do that. But simultaneously, we know that in March and in May, the government decides to hugely hike its duties on petrol and diesel, which of course is a big controversy over the last few months, and particularly recently. We know that this is a tactic which has been adopted by the NDA government or the Modi government ever since it came to power in 2014. And that in the period since then, we've actually seen a huge increase in multiple steps over the years. But two of those steps take place when? One in March 2020, when obviously the idea was to try and get some additional money, even to finance the meager sort of whatever Atmanirbhar package or something you're going to announce. And the second was in May, when we were deep into the crisis which was being created, and you're actually putting a significant, imposing a significant excise duty, increase in excise duty on commodities, which are universal intermediates, and therefore going to enter into the production of almost directly or indirectly into almost all commodities and services, and therefore not basically generate inflation, but force savings out of people who don't even have incomes to a certain extent in certain segments of the population. Okay, it's another thing that, of course, because of the lockdown, etc., for some period of time, the demand for petrol and diesel went down. But despite that, you actually see the government getting a huge increase in revenues. Now, if you look at the revenues which were got, we know that between 2014 and 15 and 2020-21, the total revenues to the center from excise duties on petroleum, on diesel, petrol, and natural gas went up from something like 75,000 crores to 2.95 lakh crores, so it's almost 3 lakh crores. So there's this huge amount of money which has actually been savings forced out of the population at large, an extremely regressive tax, and using it to undertake expenditures. Okay, so it's not that this government was not capable, even in the middle of the pandemic, of thinking of ways where it can raise resources. But one way of raising those resources was not of actually saying that, listen, we gave a tax concession which we shouldn't have given, and we're going to take it back, or we're at least going to put it on hold. Rather, you actually go and impose a regressive tax to get additional amount of money when already you've been in multiple stages imposing this kind of a tax and getting those resources. Now, what exactly was done with this money? Of course, part of the money went to compensate for the loss of corporate tax revenues. If there'd be no buoyancy in corporate taxes, there'd be no increase, then, as I said, the estimate was that you lose about 1.45 lakh crores. In practice, of course, the fall in corporate tax revenues relative to the revised estimate of the previous year, if that is right, was in the range of about, of the revised estimate relative to the estimate for the actual estimate for the previous year was about 59,000 crores. So what you have lost there is 59,000 crores. What did you get? Largely from the taxes on petroleum and diesel. You got a little more than about 1,100,000 crores is what you got in terms of an increase in excise duty revenues to the center in the year 2021. So basically what's happening is you've covered virtually most of the loss that you've incurred. You, in fact, because you would have you expected to lose 1.45 lakh crores, and you got it through this mechanism of an increase in excise revenues, which comes from this extremely regressive tax. And if we take the increase in expenditure, which occurred between 2019-20 and 2021, the total expenditure of the central government as reported in the revised estimate, if they are to be trusted, because they are projections after all, and we know that those projections are very often just dreamed up before the presentation. But even with those numbers, more than 2/5, about 41% of the total increase in expenditure is coming out of the increase in excise duty revenues which the government is getting, which largely, almost completely comes from the increase in revenues which you're getting from these taxes on oil and petroleum. So in essence, there is that it's not austerity down the line. You are wanting to mobilize some resources, but you're not going to mobilize the resources in a way which is progressive. It's an extremely inequalizing structure of taxation that you put in place in a year in which the impact of the crisis is extremely severe, and the impact of that crisis on those at the bottom of the pyramid has been devastating. Okay, now the thing is what did the government do with these revenues? Okay, you can say that finally it could have spent more by going in for an even higher fiscal deficit to GDP ratio. In any case, a given fiscal deficit number does not mean a similar fiscal stimulus if it is occurring in a context in which revenues are falling, and revenues on the corporate tax side and of course on the side of GST, etc., are falling. Okay, so you're not even talking about those fiscal deficit numbers really being meaningful relative, I mean, when comparing it to a normal year in terms of size, because that fiscal deficit number is sitting on top of a fall in the tax to GDP ratio because of what has been happening. Now, or the size of tax at least. Now, the thing is, that we know that all of this money, which comes from these cesses and these duties, finally did not go to sustain expenditures of a kind which will provide transfers to those worst affected, to actually spend adequately on providing protection to frontline workers, to providing some kind of support to small businesses and the informal sector, etc. What you had is an attempt to try and portray, by shifting much of these revenues, first, a large chunk of the money which came in the form of cess, because you want to impose it in the form of cess. And of course, in the case, since petrol is not, petroleum products are not as yet under GST, those excise duties also, but they're shareable. So you basically say that I'll try to take as much as possible out of cess. And this cess, which has been increased over a period of time, and which was initially supposed to be a cess collected in order to fund investment in the highway. So the whole idea is that you tax fuel used for transportation, and you use that money by putting it into a central, road fund, okay, and use it to build highways. Now, we know that about 3 years back or so, the government converted the Central Road Fund into the Central Road and Infrastructure Fund. It then decided to move the Central Road and Infrastructure Fund out of the Ministry of Highways to the Department of Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Finance, and declared, of course, that we can use this for anything. So you can use this for social expenditure, saying that, listen, I've decided to use it for this purpose because you removed that tag attached to that fund. Now, what the government did, of course, was use part of this money to show that it's spending on some infrastructure, the railways, highways, etc. But more importantly, what it did was use a significant part of this to finance what it called health and well-being expenditures, of which, of course, most of it was really well-being, as was pointed out by Indranil. And for that also you took it, but you didn't take any of these monies that you had mobilized to actually do things of a kind which would have made difference to the population, which is so badly affected by the pandemic. So I do think that, that to interpret the austerity purely as being a way in which the government is appeasing whatever, these were raised, credit rating agencies, finance capital, and so on. It is true that this government wants to appease those sections, and goes out of its way. And besides, of course, being over-friendly with a few corporate groups. But the point is, this kind of a fiscal strategy actually suggests that it goes beyond that. It could have actually done, because it could, if it had basically said, I'm putting on hold my corporate tax concession, that's not going to immediately have triggered a flight out. People say, yeah, that's true. You obviously showed intent, but you now are stuck with the problem, so you're going to postpone it and maybe come back to it. You needn't have, done the kind of thing which you did in terms of a regressive taxation at a point of time when the people who are hit by a crisis are going to actually bear the burden of that kind of a tax, because it falls on all commodities. You could have actually decided to borrow and spend, even borrow from the central bank. So it also reflects a kind of attitude that in some sense, people can be persuaded to sacrifice and fend for themselves. They were sort of persuaded to do that for odd goals at the time of demonetization, which of course could not be realized. They were now implicitly being called upon, so that whatever the government did, in fact, worsens the condition, increases the inequality which gets accentuated by the differential impact of the crisis across different sections of the population, and then just lets them, to their own devices, leaves them to their own devices. Okay. Now, the only problem I think it faced, of course, is that it had declared, when it's from a level of about 50,000 crores, when it decided that it was going to mobilize in the financial year 2019-20, something like 210,000 or 210,000 crores from sale of public assets, from disinvestment and privatization. It obviously couldn't do that. The first 10 months, the official figures are 24,000. The budget predicts 32,000. That's way below 210,000. So obviously, it's hope that it would be able to do that, and maybe, you know, besides building a new parliament, etc., would also go and, you know, have some mega projects in different parts of the country. That obviously didn't work. But you can see that that is the direction in which the system is moving, that you maintain otherwise an extremely regressive tax structure, which doesn't mobilize for you adequate resources, and use essentially monetization of assets and sale of public equity, now openly declared as privatization, as ways over the next few years to sort of claim that you're going to undertake these expenditures. So there is no, you know, even despite the crisis, there is no real, you know, real deep concern on addressing the crisis, whether it as a health emergency or as an economic crisis. But really, it is of continuing to pursue an agenda of having a particular kind of spending, particular kind of partners from the corporate sector, and particular ways of financing it, which is regressive taxation, as well as relying on this expected massive sale. Of course, the budget has been a little less ambitious than last year. They've said 175,000 crores, but they've left it open because they've said, listen, we are going to do this with two banks besides IDBI. We're going to do it with the LIC. We're going to monetize as much assets. First, we have to go and check out what assets can be monetized. So you're basically declaring that I'm going to try and get a bunch of money because I have to sell past assets to create new assets in the infrastructural area. So it's really continuing with that kind of a strategy, which of course, thus far has been extremely unsuccessful, rather than saying that because I don't have the courage vis-a-vis finance or whatever it is to do what it takes is what I'm not doing it. They're not even saying that. They're saying we're going to do a set of things, but we are not going to do a set of things which actually is going to address the crisis which this economy is going to be in for perhaps the coming few years. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll move to the third speaker, Sanjay Reddy. Your 20 minutes now.
Okay, good evening. I am very grateful for this invitation and already have learned so much. So thank you so much to Vikas and to the other organizers. I fear that I'm going to repeat many things that you've already heard, but I'll have to take my chances in that respect. So do forgive me if I cover well-trodden territory. I will touch on some things that Jayati and Chandru have mentioned in this session, and hello to both of you. Let me share my screen, if I can find out how to do that. Being not very technically competent, that does take a little bit of effort. All right, okay. So the main question I want to focus on is whether there have been unnecessary costs that have been incurred as a result of the pandemic, or shall we say the response to the pandemic, both in India and in the world. And not only have there been unnecessary costs, but are there and do we anticipate that there will be unnecessary further costs as a result of the particular form that that response has taken? Now, first, by way of presenting some of the context, I think it might be useful just to look at the picture of the total confirmed COVID-19 deaths. This is, of course, confirmed according to the WHO criteria, about which there is some controversy, both with respect to definitions of cases and of deaths, but nevertheless, I'm just going to take that without question for this purpose. If we look at the trend in the world as a whole, and the total level attained as of January 25th, there were more than 2 million confirmed deaths. And you will see that the vast majority of those were not in the developing countries, but in the developed countries. A majority were in North America and in Europe. More than 50%, you can roughly see this visually, of the deaths were in North America and Europe, with about 20% of the world population. So this has been one of the unusual instances of an infectious disease which has had much more serious mortality in the developed countries. Now, of course, part of the reason for that is differences in age structure, given the very steep age gradient of the mortality risks associated with this disease, which by now is well known, not always properly appreciated, I think, in the public communication about the disease risks, but certainly is well known to anyone who has studied the disease in any serious way. And of course, the age structure is widely discrepant. In Europe, roughly 20%, close to 20% of the population is over the age of 65. In North America, it's around 17 to 18%. In South Asia, it's about 5%. Including in India, I believe it's about 5%. Others can correct me about the exact number. And in sub-Saharan Africa, it's as low as 3%. So just from that point of view, if you were to have asked the question, knowing what we know now, and actually what we knew even at the beginning about the age profile of the mortality risks, if we ask the question, what should be the appropriate governmental responses, treating all persons as equally worthy of attention from the standpoint of public health strategies, we should have had different answers to that question in different world regions. For example, the WHO and other organizations, the Gates Foundation and so forth, very much like a framework that they call disability adjusted life years. They've heavily financed the production of these numbers, which tell us ostensibly the number of life years that would be lost due to premature mortality, or that are being lost due to premature mortality from different diseases. One of the selling points of that framework is that it treats like for like. Life years of different persons are treated identically, life years gained or lost. Well, if one were to approach the problem in that way, treating like for like, then of course the fact that a disease is less threatening to a population by virtue of that population having fewer people threatened by it would be a relevant consideration in determining what is the optimal public health response, which is, of course, not to say that it should not be taken seriously, but that different risks to public health would have to be balanced. And I will come back to this issue later on. Okay. Now, here is a picture of confirmed COVID-19 deaths per million versus GDP per capita, level of GDP per capita. And you can see that for each of the world regions, which are color-coded here, there are wide differences in within each of these world regions in the number of confirmed COVID-19 deaths per million. But you can also see, and maybe this is a more direct interpretation of this particular graph, that for any given point on the horizontal axis, for any given level of per capita income, there's a wide variation in confirmed COVID-19 deaths. So again, not to tell you anything you don't know, but there have been very, very different levels of success, even for seemingly identical levels of societal resources with which to address the disease risks. And here, of course, I'm focusing only on COVID-19, not on mortality as a whole. I should have mentioned when looking at the previous chart, maybe I'll just go back to that just for a moment, whoops, if I can, that total mortality in the world in 2019 was something like 56 million. So 2 million is not a small number, but it's less than 5% of that level, which is confirmed COVID-19 deaths. Okay. Now let's look at this from a slightly different point of view, which is that of the cases or deaths per million. First, we'll look at cases, but deaths are a very similar picture relative to the GDP per capita growth rate, which was experienced in 2020. What we have done here is to combine the WHO data on cases or deaths in the case of the next slide with the IMF data as of the October World Economic Outlook projections, which are only partially revised in January. We've combined that with the WHO data. Now you can see that again, with respect to growth rate, which is in some sense a measure of the economic price paid for the policy response to COVID-19 or the economic effects of COVID-19 jointly, that price paid was also widely variant for any similar level of cases per million. So if you pick a point on the vertical axis, you can see a number of dots which are associated with that vertical level, which span a considerable horizontal area. And indeed, India, which has a relatively low number of cases and deaths per million in terms of the international comparison, is, however, not a favorable case from this standpoint, because it looks as if it paid a very high price relative to comparator countries which experienced a similar number of cases or deaths per million. Price understood here in terms of GDP per capita contraction. And again, others have already gone over that, so I won't go into the exact numbers there, but unfortunately I didn't mark India on these graphs, but suffice it to say that India is toward the left-hand side. Which is to say it experienced a larger contraction for the same number of cases and deaths per million. Okay. Now, this is the same data presented by WHO regions. And what you can see here is that essentially all of the regions experienced sizable contractions, looking on the right-hand side column, with the one exception of the Western Pacific. So it doesn't so much show up in the inter-regional comparison, but really in the international, inter-country comparison, within as well as across regions, that there were different prices paid. Now, if you were to look at the regions more specifically, one of the things that becomes apparent is that the WHO Southeast Asia region, which includes East Asia, is on the whole a more favorable case in the sense that there were smaller number of cases per million and deaths per million, as well as a smaller economic contraction. But there are outliers, because South-East Asia includes a number of countries with very, very varying experiences. Okay. All right. Now, focusing on India specifically, as you all know, India had a very stringent lockdown at the beginning, in particular, and this is evident from the government stringency index, which is produced by some researchers at Oxford. Here I have exerted South Asia comparison with other South Asian countries. India is the pink line here. And so you can see that in March, April, India had one of the most stringent lockdowns and policy responses in the world, but that relaxed somewhat subsequently. Okay, you can't see it for the world, I should say here, but for the region, it was also the case for the entire world. It was deemed to have, in fact, at one stage by The Economist, the most stringent lockdown in the world. That was in March, late March. But as you can see in the South Asia comparison here, it relaxed somewhat in absolute terms, but also in relative terms. Okay. Now, what was the effect of that? Well, we all know that the effect was merely to delay the perhaps inevitable, or perhaps not, but merely to delay, in the sense that the picture of the increase in cases, and of course, India has had fewer deaths per capita, but nevertheless, you'd find a similar picture also for deaths. The increase in cases returned to what might have been expected, or took on a pattern that might have been expected even if there had been no lockdown, once the lockdown was eased. So much so that India has come to have, of course, one of the highest number of total cases in the world. And it's far from evident that the lockdown made very much impact at all, other than in terms of the timing of this process. Okay. This is from the Financial Times just yesterday. Martin Wolf had a column describing the likely effect, ongoing effect of the pandemic in 2021. And here he has used OECD projections of the expected 2021 change in GDP relative to pre-pandemic projections. And you will see that India is expected, in the countries which are included here, at least in this OECD comparison, to have the largest decrease from pre-pandemic projections, even though it is anticipated that growth will recover in India. So that's a measure of the sizable cost, economic cost of the lockdown without very much health benefit. Okay. Now here is another angle on the question of the costs, which I think is hugely important, much more important, one might argue, than the economic cost as such. And this is what one might think of as the health trade-off that's involved. I wrote an article in the BMJ Global, one of the BMJ journals, in the summer last year, which made the point that there was very little evidence that countries had considered health trade-offs when formulating their policies, that they had even anticipated that there would be such trade-offs, let alone undertaken a rational balancing of the mortality and morbidity risks from different diseases, and in particular the likelihood that some of their policy response to COVID-19 would bring about adverse health consequences of other kinds. And that's been discussed in different particular ways in different countries. In the UK, for instance, there was a study done by the National Health Service, which estimated that due to the lack of screenings for cancer in the first year of the pandemic, there would be an increase in the number of cancer deaths over a period of 10 years subsequently, which would be the same as the number of deaths from COVID-19 in the first year of the pandemic. And that was just from one particular cause of death, namely cancer. Of course, cancer is an important cause of death in developed countries, in all countries, but especially important proportionally in developed countries. Now, this table is from a study which was done by researchers in Canada in cooperation with UNICEF of the likely impact of the pandemic and the response to the pandemic, more importantly, the policy response to the pandemic, on mortality from various causes, especially as pertaining to children and mothers in the South Asian region. And this came out just last week. One of the headlines from it, which was quite disturbing, was that they argued, they estimated that the number of deaths, the total number of deaths from child and maternal mortality in the region has already exceeded the number of deaths from COVID-19. Let me be a little bit more precise about that. The number of additional deaths from child and maternal mortality that they estimate to have occurred as a result of the policy response from COVID-19 has already exceeded the total number of deaths from COVID-19 that is believed to have occurred in the first year of the pandemic. So that is, of course, quite concerning. That it necessarily is an estimate. It involves a subjunctive or a counterfactual, what would have happened otherwise based upon prior trends and what has actually happened. And of course, one could argue, and some people do argue, that in the absence of the stringent policy response to COVID-19 that was undertaken, there would have been even more COVID-19 deaths. So we're necessarily in a murky territory here. But nevertheless, looking at this estimated increase in child and maternal mortality is, I think, potentially very informative. And you can see from the table that India is estimated to have had within the South Asian region, experienced the largest increase in child mortality, one of the largest increases in neonatal mortality, just behind Pakistan, and also fairly large increases, and among the larger increases both in stillbirths and in maternal deaths in percentage terms. And these are large numbers. 10%, 14%, 15%, 17%, large enough numbers that it's very hard to argue them away on the basis that there are heroic counterfactuals involved. On the contrary, it would seem that this type of comparison of deaths arising as opposed to those which would have been expected to arise based on the previous pattern is fairly convincing. One would have to, of course, go into the details of the model. Okay, I mean, it's fairly convincing that there was an effect. How large the effect is, one can discuss. All right. Now, I have not been keeping track of my time. I'm quite sure I must be running out of time or have run out of time. So let me just speak a little bit to the global dimension of the response, which Jayati, I noted, already examined quite thoroughly. I wanted to just add one or two words to what she has already said very sensibly about that. The first is that this is an instance of a global public good if ever there was one. A vaccine formula or a set of vaccine formulae, I think, very well satisfy the definition of a global public good. That in principle, they are non-rivalrous. It doesn't harm me for you also to have the benefit of that formula. In fact, it benefits me for you to have the benefit of that formula. Now, of course, it might harm Pfizer, but that's a distributional consequence, which could in principle be in neoclassical economics framing of this problem be overcome through compensation of Pfizer. It's another matter that many of us might not want to compensate Pfizer, quote unquote, compensate Pfizer, but in principle, there is a gain that is experienced by world society as a whole by treating the formula as a public good. And it's not just, of course, the formulae for vaccines, but it's also other aspects of disease control and management, which have this public good aspect. And yet, as we have seen, there has been a really shocking failure to treat the control of the disease and the development of technology, tests, as well as vaccines and other health commodities in this manner. And this failure of global cooperation is profoundly damning of global institutions and tells us that there is a very, very long distance to go in terms of creating the infrastructure of cooperation, which can address such problems. The first instinct of countries has been to go in a nationalist direction, which has served the world public extremely badly. Now, let me just summarize that by saying that this is a global public failure, if ever there was one. Let me go a little bit more deeply into one particular instance, and I'll end with this, which Jayati has already talked about. The COVAX mechanism, which was supposed to be a way to ensure access to any vaccines that were developed for the developing countries, or at least for a proportion of the population in the developing countries, only 20%, quite a modest goal, has, I think it is reasonable to say, quite comprehensively failed in terms of that objective, or it certainly looks at this stage as if it's likely to fail. It's unable to get hold of vaccines in the numbers required. And its contribution to vaccine development has probably been marginal, given its minimal overall role in the on the demand side among the various other buyers for these vaccines, including many others that have made advanced purchases themselves. Now, what has gone wrong here? I would suggest that this is a very, unfortunately, a very, very good example of the way in which bad economic ideas, or economic ideas which might seem to be good in one context, whether or not they're even good in that context, end up having adverse effects in other contexts and at large, because of the tendency to promote them as fads or fashions or as fetishes. The concept of advanced market commitment, which underlies the COVAX mechanism, was put forward by Michael Kramer, the winner of the so-called Nobel Prize in Economics, along with Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. It was not one of the works cited by the Nobel Committee, but it is one of the things for which he's well known. And it was originally proposed as a way to address orphan and neglected diseases for which there's inadequate demand, because the number of people who suffer from them is too small, or their willingness to pay is too small, perhaps because they are poor people in developing countries. And the seemingly clever notion underlying this was that well-meaning, benevolent donors, international donors, presumably governments or foundations such as the Gates Foundation, could create an inducement for firms to develop drugs or vaccines for these neglected diseases by making advance commitments to buy them if and when they came into being. Now, given that particular motivation, it's curious that this is the mechanism that would be applied here, since this is not an instance of a disease which lacks adequate demand. In fact, as Jayati pointed out, market analysts expect these vaccines to be very profitable for the companies involved. So it's being entirely misapplied from that standpoint, and it's a theoretical mistake to think that it would be applicable. It was completely anticipable that it would be not applicable. And one way to make this extremely concrete is that the rich countries which are begrudgingly financing COVAX to some extent are doing so with their left hand, so to speak, while with their right hand, they are themselves making advanced purchases in competition with COVAX and paying higher prices. And of course, COVAX is unable to win that battle. And it is simply unimaginable from a political economy point of view that it would be otherwise, that it wouldn't be the case that the right hand would win over the left hand. But this has never been discussed in the policy debate on whether advanced market commitments are the appropriate device. Instead, because the Center for Global Development and Michael Kramer and whoever else have been propounding this as the solution, Bill Gates, of course, it has been unthinkingly accepted, even though its failure could have been fully anticipated from this standpoint. And of course, there's the subtle or not so subtle point that the word market is central here. I'm not against market mechanisms, but in this case, I think one could argue there's a commitment to advanced markets rather than an advanced market commitment, in that there is no questioning of the claims to intellectual property rights, so-called intellectual property rights of the companies concerned, as there could be in an alternative people's vaccine approach, which would use eminent domain-like mechanisms to take over or to compensate firms for their intellectual property rights and then make them freely available as required. This is, or not compensate them, depending on the public policy choices which are made. But one could argue that in different directions on that. But putting that to one side, the key point here is simply that there has been an inordinate focus on one particular mechanism, and I think that's because of the hold on our minds of a certain conception of how to approach this problem, which has everything to do with the dominance of particular ideas in elite institutions in the West and in the North, and the way in which those have been circulated by particular actors who have been sympathetic to them, ultimately including the WHO. That is more or less, I think, what I can or should say in the available time. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much. Now we'll turn to the last speaker for today, Atul Sood, after which we'll have a short question-answer session.
Yeah, thanks, Shurajit, and thanks, Vikas. Pleasure to see colleagues here whom one doesn't meet these days. Also, I must confess that after the three speakers who have spoken on this theme, and as Shurajit said in the beginning, I'm being brought in here at the last minute. At the end of these three speakers, I'm sure you would agree that there's nothing much that I could add to the theme of the evening. Nonetheless, I'll try to make a couple of points in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Overall, I think if you look at the policy around COVID and post-COVID and handling of COVID, there are four dimensions of policy on which each of the speakers in different ways have commented upon. One was to deal with the lockdown itself and the response to the lockdown. The other was in terms of the recovery from the lockdown. So, once the lockdown had been chosen as a policy instrument, then how do we recover from the consequences? And the consequences have been discussed in great detail here. The third is the long-term strategy in terms of saying that, as we take these short-term measures to respond to the slowing down of the economies, what do we do in the long run to bring economies on a growth path or on a sustainable growth path? And the fourth policy response, on which the first session sort of reflected more, was to do with specifically the health sector. So if you look at the overall interventions in the area of policy, there will be four broad areas in which policy interventions have taken place. And for each one of them, as I said, the three speakers have provided a fair bit of evidence, both internationally, developed and developing economies, as well as for India, in terms of what has been done. I want to sort of draw out some general propositions from each of these, in a sense, and two statements that one Jayati made and one Chandru made makes me sort of, even more confident to push the idea that I had in mind. Jayati said that, when she talks about the kind of policy path that has been chosen in India and the consequences, people say it can't happen in a democracy. That's one statement that she made while discussing what she was describing. Chandru said in one of the, when he was looking at the fiscal policy stand, saying that it is not only the fear of finance which could explain the nature of fiscal intervention that the state has chosen. I mean, so it's not only the acts of commission, but it's also the acts of omission, and so on. So he elaborated that. And from these two, what I'm proposing for consideration here is that as far as the state is concerned, if I were to put it in one line, the larger argument that I wish to make, that as far as the state is concerned, it is pursuing with greater energy, greater vigor, policy as usual. Whatever it was doing on behalf of the rich, of whatever it was doing on behalf of capital is going to be pursuing this with greater aggression. So the state is continuing with what it was doing, irrespective of the whole experience of the pandemic and the consequences of the pandemic. What I'm proposing is that when we are looking at the response of the state, perhaps we cannot do business as usual. In a sense, we will have to re-examine how we have been looking at the role of the state and the policy choices that the state has been making. Essentially, I say this on grounds that if the purpose of responding to policy, of the purpose of comprehending policy, is in order to address the bias in policy, to put it straightforward, then we need to also go beyond doing business as usual. And in what sense I'm saying that we need to sort of relook at the way we look at policy, I'm going to make a couple of points on that. One general, across the 4 or 5 policy segments that I've talked about, if I were to sort of characterize the nature of policy, I would say, and there is enough documentation overall as well as in the presentations today. One is that if you look at the policy response, and I'm focusing on India, if you look at the policy response, one can say that the poor and the labor in this policy response at all the 4 or 5 levels, poor was disgraced. That's one characteristics of policy that I want to underline. Second, the labor in a sort of is invisibilized in the policy making. The right to find the most humiliating, unprotective, exploitative work, pulling a rickshaw, manual cleaning, sorting out waste, that was taken away from the poor. So clearly, as I see it, this is an instance or a context in which we are looking at how labor has been publicly disgraced and how it has been invisibilized in the larger discourse. The policy that has been constructed in the last 1 year or so is based on a premise. And the premise is, and it has been publicly articulated and established through numerous ways, that the horror, torment, indignity of hunger, even during lockdown, was not something that was preventable. That was inevitable. And as a consequence, that it is the elementary duty of the state, which is our premise to respond to the policy, that it must protect the poor. That need not be the elementary duty of the state because it's inevitable. So the state has not failed, or it is not adrift. It is not that it lacks a vision, or it lacks an administrative capacity, or it lacks public compassion. None of this critiques really sticks on the state, because the state has been able to construct an alternative discourse in its space where it's tried to establish this premise that the indignity that the labor experiences, the hunger that the labor experienced during the lockdown was not preventable. It was something that was inevitable. So the question I propose for us to examine in the larger context of policy, understanding policy, is how does the state, or how did the state in the Indian context, manage to make the lives of people dispensable? How did the state manage to do it? Because we are aware that we have seen, the world saw the heart-wrenching images of epic journeys of migrant workers. That did not make any difference to the approach of the state. In fact, there was consistently callous, even cruel blaming of the migrants for not being grateful to the state. They are being misled by rumors, being irresponsible in spreading COVID, not being obedient, and so on and so forth. So the state openly carried a discourse that then they are not equal citizens, and the state did not hesitate to show that it did not have any compassion. And to me, this is the biggest puzzle, or the biggest aspect of policy making, or the shift in policy making that I want to underline for us to collectively think about. So, in fact, this period of policy making, the working poor were sort of projected and presented as dangerous, as potential carriers, as spreaders of infection. The arrogance, the cruelty of the Indian state in imposing the lockdown which is essentially a crime against humanity, was done with great deal of, from the front foot, with great deal of, confidence and great deal of aggression. And so therefore the question is, as I said earlier, how does this state get away with such an open, sort of upfront bias against the poor? Or to ask the same question differently, how this policy discourse, this lack of will on the part of the state. I mean, we normally would, when we analyze policy, we're suggesting that there's a lack of will on the part of the state is acting on behalf of others. I'm saying that the state has already constructed this discourse quite effectively. It's not that it's, the end of the contestation, but there is a dominant thrust of this discourse. And the question I'm suggesting is, to ask it differently, is how is this alternative discourse constructed through the democratic process, through the parliamentary process? So, if you were to look at policy and talk about inadequate documentation, bad implementation of existing laws, problems with laws pertaining to construction workers and migrant workers, neglect of unpaid workers in household production, we're talking about, neglect of labor rights in informal workers and so on. All this has been true for long. Now, in fact, we are witnessing the withdrawal of labor rights of workers beyond this, of the formal sector itself. So the broken economy now is being mended at the cost of the labor. So labor is the one that is going to pay the cost, and it is being upset up front that they will be paying the cost, because that's how the economy can be mended. So how do we explain this? And I want to make a couple of points for consideration, and and close my conversation. One, I want to say that actually what we are experiencing is a new framing of the developmental agenda in India, or should I say, a particular way of dismantling the developmentalist state in India. That's one. And, of course, there can be contesting views about whether India was a developmentalist state or not, or whatever way we construct that notion. I see that whatever was the post-independence consensus and, what we did in the last, 4 to 5 decades, now we are seeing a new framing of that development agenda. And we are also seeing a reinvention and reimagining of the labor and the labor market itself. And this is happening through a political process, as well as through the democratic institutional process in the parliament. So the curtailment of rights, in this case, the labor rights, are accompanied with a supporting political process, where there's a larger discourse of nationalism, and nationalism is being built by unity of sameness, not diversity. Nation is strengthened by making more and more enemies. To talk about, deep internal conspiracy, by using some kind of exceptionalism. What applies to them will not apply to others. No one is bigger than the new nation. Too much democracy comes in the way of building a nation, and so on and so forth. So there is this larger political process where, supported by the discourse on nationalism. There's also a new framing of the development agenda. The post-COVID-19 crisis is being seriously used as an opportunity to strengthen the control of capital over labor. And that's what explains when Chandru says that, it's beyond, the fear of finance. So in the past too, we made policies, and we made policies in the name of the poor, but which benefited the rich. Previous ruling regimes diluted labor laws. There was talk of dilution of labor laws, but it was parallelly, there was also a discourse of voluntary regulation. This phase of policy making, which had started before COVID, and now COVID has given it a new energy, everything is being done upfront. So the nation and national aspirations are being redefined. And of course, those who oppose it are outdated, not worthy of considerations, and even anti-national. The pushing this agenda through this process also serves a very important goal. It serves a very important goal, which is that it puts the onus for the current precarious conditions, say, of the workers, not on the government, but on a regulatory framework, which is a hangover from the past. So it actually abdicates the state of owning any responsibility. So when it came to the lockdown, and when it came to dealing with the humiliation of the migrant workers and the workers in general, the state abdicated itself by making the argument that, or, by indirectly building this argument that, this is something inevitable. The state could not do anything about it. And, and the rest of the, now we can bring out data and say that, that didn't work. The cost that we paid was much higher in proportion to, what we saved and so on and so forth in comparison with other countries. But in that phase, this common sense was constructed. And similarly, when it came to, pushing the agenda at the policy making level in terms of the short-term recovery and long-term changes, this idea that, the responsibility for their precarious condition is a hangover for the past, helps the state to abdicate all its responsibility towards the working people. So workers have been led down by archaic laws, not by government. So in fact, the government is now working in favor of the labor or in favor of the workers to get them, help them overcome the burden that they had been experiencing because of the regulatory framework. And this scheme of, political discourse, political dialogue fits with everything else, because the nation has been now trained in many ways to think where the victims are perpetrators. We had seen this, whether it's small instance in a national scale, small instance in the case of the violence that took place on January 5th in Jawaharlal Nehru University, whether you look at the whole discourse around CEA. So now this principle is being applied to the vast majority of laboring people in this, that the victims themselves are perpetrators. So those who experienced hunger, starvation, unemployment, humiliation, indignity, and death during the lockdown are actually responsible in a way for their precarious existence. So they are being told that the attempt by the state to overprotect them in the past has made them more vulnerable. So since workers are responsible for their precarity, they will have to pay the cost, not only of the lockdown, but also of rebuilding the economy, livelihood and lives in the post-COVID-19 India. And I think this is something that we need to understand, because when we look at and we critique the policy discourse, we need to be aware too that, at some point, the details of the, and the documentation that we do in terms of what the policies have done have to respond to this, this common sense. I've been long suggesting that, since this government has come to power, it is reconstructing the two basic elements of public consciousness. And one is, restructuring what is public common sense, and also reconstructing the idea of the notion of justice and what is just. And it's been busy reconstructing these, images and imagining of these two in the common population across the board through multiple channels. This is not the time to talk about that. So this is the reason why when you change the labor laws, the government did not even respond to justify how these changes in the labor laws make sense in terms of whether it benefits the labor or not, whether it will bring investment or not. No evidence was provided. Whether it will foster growth or not, no justification is required. So how do we possibly explain government's preoccupation of changing laws when millions of migrants are walking home on foot under adverse circumstances? And the government does it. So what do we pin it to? Do we pin it to apathy? Do we pin it to incompetence? Do we pin it to lack of information? I would be actually, in fact, quite pleased if any of these suggestions were true. To me, this hostile attitude is very intentional. There is a cold, calculated logic behind the premises that informs policy, particularly to deal with COVID and the post-COVID. And in fact, I'm using a larger framework here. If you see the work of Andrew Simmons in the context of Gujarat earthquake, and it's a work where he looks at 6 years, 6 to 7 years. He looks at post earthquake reconstruction experience in Gujarat, and the leadership was same then. One gets the insight of the process of how that was achieved and how similar understanding, not replicating, but similar understanding is being applied now. This, what I'm suggesting again, therefore, is that something larger is being attempted here in terms of reinvention and reimagination of labor, or locating labor in the in the national and social policy discourse. That's why it's unconcerned with highest level of unemployment seen in 45 years. It was unconcerned even before. You remember the elections, and how the data was not allowed to be openly discussed. They knew when they implemented the lockdown what was the landscape in the labor market, how Indian economy and how Indian labor was squeezed as a result of demonetization, GST, and the rest. So the high numbers of unemployment, the precarity of employment, this landscape was known. Over that landscape, with same amount of carelessness, the state implemented its lockdown. And so in a sense, the state could publicly defend that it's not willing to acknowledge the history and reality of this country, and it got away with it in a significant way. I also want to suggest for consideration here that if you look at the events that have happened in the last 1.5 years and the way the policy is being constructed and the direction in which we are going, I would say that when we are looking at policy and responding in terms of where we go, the distinctions that we make in terms of the working class, in terms of organized, unorganized, formal, informal, migrant, local, as far as the policy discourse is being concerned, they are being narrowed down. Our response to the crisis and the humiliation, indignity, and the precarity that these segments of labor face is to seek policies that address the specificities of these categories of labor. But if you look at the response of policymaking, that's actually trying to now sort out these distinctions and collectively bring labor as an entity with the same rights which the informal workers had in the past. So the hunger and the hardship the workers experienced were across the board. The documentation of the various surveys that the Azim Premji puts on the dashboard. If you look at it, it's true that in relative terms, the suffering was more of the informal workers and so on. But even in the organized sector, the suffering was very high. The changes that were made in the labor laws, the farm laws, which is not it's not a special focus with COVID, but I link it with COVID, also reinforces the same process. So the state is once again willing to make laws, not justify them, but implicitly suggest to us that it is willing to create this vast reserve army in the rural areas of India with again, great deal of callousness and great deal of sort of confidence. And it's continuing to push that agenda ahead. So I see if this was the way I would understand the larger policy making, having learned the details from the presentations that were just done, I propose for consideration of all the three and other people who are participant here who are very keen observers of policy and labor market, for your consideration, three directions in which I see the changes in the labor market. I feel that post-COVID, there will be selective induction of the core labor force accompanied by a technological shift. We were talking about it in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, etc., before COVID came. And I think, if you look at, in terms of salaried jobs and how much have been lost and how much have recovered, I think lot of changes in the business and the way business is done and the way it's organized, and it will be supported by policy. There'll be a selective induction of, a core labor force, which will be, accompanied by a technological shift. Large amounts of labor, which has been pushed back to the rural areas, to the distressed areas. Actually, new forms of, and as far as state is concerned, new forms of patronage will be built via schemes, because the government will have to, because the Jayati's question that how does it happen in democracy? So some kind of patronage will be built via schemes locally where the workers have gone back. There'll be some kind of transfers taking to to sections of the working force there. New kinds of new bondage will be with the segments of the working class would be built by also regulating the mobility of labor. So, there will be this, some kind of welfare schemes, nothing based on rights, nothing based on entitlements, but in terms of how the labor has been repositioned in terms of the new dynamics of capital-labor relations. I think that the response would be at one level. I said selective induction into core labor force, accompanied by technological shift. Second, I see that wherever the labor has been pushed, their mobility is constrained and curtailed, in a major way, not through regulation and law, but through the control of train, buses, and promotion of private buses. It's a very strange thing. I mean, I live at the sort of intersection of two states, and if you go out in the evening, the use of private buses for the poor is completely changed after COVID. Trains, that what percentage of trains that have been restored, how many are trains that the poor and the working class can use, and how many aren't. How many, if you look at the public transport and the irregularity of the public transport, there are limits to which it can use. So I have seen workers coming from Bihar in private buses, either through contractors in those, two-tier buses, what they call as sleeper buses, from Bihar going to Visakhapatnam. Something that I don't think that it was, happening before at the scale, at least, which is happening. I haven't documented it. I'm saying it from anecdotal experience, but I think, and if you look at the political discourse that, for example, the UP chief minister has unleashed in terms of where the labor can go and can't go, I feel that this restructuring of the mobility of labor is also happening. So there is taking away of all the rights of labor to organize and bargain with capital, and then restructuring the labor market in some of the ways that I have suggested, rationalizing their policy discourse through a political process and democratic process that I elaborated earlier. All of this resulting into a new kind of capital labor dynamics in India. And if we are looking at this capital labor dynamics, not in terms of just achieving growth rates, but in terms of political response of how do we organize and how do we respond to these changing capital labor relations, I think we'll have to acknowledge some of the facts that I've underlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul, for bringing in a different kind of dimension to the issue on the discussion. So we now have, I think, about 15 minutes for a few questions to be taken. But before we start, I think Sanjay wants to make one clarification. So maybe he could begin with that, and if in the meanwhile people could send in their questions.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a very quick clarification in light of what Professor Sood said, namely that the government discourse is that there has been no alternative. And I think I didn't speak to that point in the way I should have done. So just very quickly, if you look at the interregional comparison in the world, and you compare this WHO Southeast Asia region, which includes India, with the WHO Western Pacific region, which includes China, you'll see a massive difference in terms of both the cumulative deaths per million and also the GDP per capita growth. And essentially, China did very well, and the East Asian region as a whole, including countries such as Vietnam, did extremely well in both respects, having minimal cost, economic cost of addressing the disease and limiting the impact of the disease as compared to other world regions. And in particular, India, which drives the results in the Southeast Asia region and which did which had one of the worst adverse impacts on economic growth in 2020, really looks like a very a case of having paid a big price and not gotten very much from having paid that price, whereas China and other countries didn't pay much of a price in the end and also had better results. And that, of course, takes us to the question why, and in particular, the role of government in contact tracing and many other specific interventions, which they mobilized successfully to be able to undertake, and which India did not during the period of the lockdown. And that's the sense in which India wasted its effort by having it be much more general, too insufficiently specific, insufficiently targeted, and insufficiently effective as compared to other countries, which is visible, directly visible in this data. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone has any questions, please, you can even raise your hands. I have a feeling people are tired after a long day. Okay, Judith has a question, please.
Judith, you're muted.
You're
Judith,
muted. You're muted.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciated all that. I think this is a fantastic amount of really interesting material and ideas. Jayati, I wanted to just take you up on this shocking situation about the vaccines and the vaccine strategies and the vaccine situation generally. And just say, is there any chance, do you think, of getting any sort of lobbying, any sort of political mileage out of this to try to tackle it? Because I think it's not been nearly well enough discussed in the media, and certainly a lot of us, I think, haven't been alerted nearly well enough to this situation. But I'm just wondering how we could generate some sort of political momentum around the situation. Do you have any ideas on that?
Could I, respond? Yes, Judith,
yes, please.
I completely agree with you. You know, I'm currently in the US and I'm absolutely shocked that there is nothing in even the so-called liberal media. New York Times, there's just nothing even talking about this issue. If they're looking at inequality, they're saying, oh, it's not reaching Black people in so-and-so place, rather than that you're depriving the rest of the world. The issue of intellectual property in particular, I think, is completely inadequately understood in the North. There's just not enough public pressure. And there are some positive signs. A group of European parliamentarians, the Euro MPs, I think 120 of them, have written a letter, which is a very good letter, talking about the necessity for sharing technologies and for dispensing with the IPRs during the pandemic. Obviously, much more needs to be done. I really think the media has a significant role to play in this. It's been disastrous. At least the little that I can see, there's almost nothing. And the focus is really on the incompetence of governments for not appropriating more vaccines.
Yeah.
Rather than the other way around. And also the fact that these property rights are depriving the people in the North as well. I think that obvious lesson doesn't seem to have got incorporated. There are efforts, I think, by progressive people to make a noise about this, but I don't think it's got enough of public traction at all. And it's not something that is impossible to achieve. I mean, you know, you could mobilize people writing to their MPs. You could do all kinds of things to just create the wider awareness. Because it's actually a disservice even to northern populations. It's really, you know, it's just companies who are benefiting. Yeah.
I mean, if all the discussion here is about trying to scramble to get access for existing supply, there's no discussion of the fact that the demand is another part of the question, or the production is another part of the question.
I also just want to highlight, you know, there is no evidence at all that the Chinese, Russian, or potentially Cuban vaccines are going to be any worse than these, the big three or the big four. And yet again, there is active suppression of the possibility of using these in Africa.
No, thank you. Shocking.
Vikas has a question.
Mic working?
It's working, but your voice is echoing a little.
I have a question to Sanjay and Jayati, who both talked about differences in the economic hit that the countries have had, and differences in what the countries, the extent to which the countries have been able to help people cope with things like lockdowns. I was wondering if you have something to say about the specific form of social, are there specific things that have worked? And what kind of social protection, what kind of support has been used by some countries and that has been very effective, particularly good examples? What would be good examples?
Go ahead, Sanjay, please.
Well, I'm sure Jayati has much more to say about it. Let me just suggest first do no harm is the the main principle. And I think that what happened in India, which of course reverberated around the world, was that there was a very untargeted action which harmed quite a number of people without any evident benefit coming from that, as we have seen. Even in advance, it could have been known to some degree that that would be the consequence, because the entire point of the lockdown, even according to theorists of the lockdown, would be to buy time and use that time. And the question is, what did the government have in mind to do during the time that it bought? So I think that the principle of first doing no harm, acting in a very precipitate way, which led to the extraordinary economic and social harms which were encountered, was violated. One would have liked to have anticipated possible consequences, of course, also by having thought through the pathways. It seemed as if many of the consequences were anticipable, were not anticipated, and little was done to address them, certainly with respect to migrant workers, but also in other cases. The WHO does ask countries to prepare pandemic plans, and a number of countries had done so. But most of the pandemic plans were narrowly targeted at influenza and did not consider the spillover effects with respect to other health conditions or indeed economic and social consequences. And I think that more generally, this is an instance of how the disciplinary division of labor can become a problem when governments call on a very small cadre of professionals at best to prepare something like a pandemic preparedness plan, which really requires attention to those different kinds of spillovers. Now, as to what worked, I think much of the evidence from East Asia suggests essentially high levels of public cooperation with social distancing, support for people who needed quarantining, widespread testing and tracing, public understanding of what exactly was the nature of the disease and why they should act as they should through adequate messaging by the government and other organs. And of course, there's a background of trust which is being drawn upon there. It's not something that necessarily one can bring about overnight. And of course, mask wearing may or may not have had an effect. But a number of things which played an important role possibly in East Asia were slow to be adopted elsewhere, with the emphasis instead being on generalized lockdowns. And if we ask why, well, Neil Ferguson from Imperial College did an agent-based model which focused only on one policy, generalized lockdowns, and that influenced the UK response, it influenced the US response, those were the two countries he modeled, and it influenced the European response generally. And the Europeans paid little or no attention to what the East Asians were doing. And I think this might be an instance of how Indian policymakers are also overly perhaps attuned to what is the discourse in Western countries and insufficiently attuned to what they can learn from the region, and in this case, Asia.
Jyoti, would you wish to add something?
Yeah, no, I think Sanjay has all, oops, you can hear me now, right? Yes, I think Sanjay has added. I just want to take up on what I thought Atul's very brilliant initial remarks were about, the political economy of this. And I'm wondering whether we are looking at this from the wrong way. We're looking at it from our very old traditional perspective that a government basically wants to do good for the people. Supposing we look for other reasons, just like we should look for other reasons for demonetization rather than the stated reasons. Similarly, let's look for the reasons. I mean, this is a period of widespread public protest in India. This is a period of general upsurge of discontent, etc. At one stroke, you have the ability to just eliminate all of that. You have the ability to declare a national emergency that allows all kinds of measures, which, as we know over the year, were subsequently put in place, including the reforms that Atul was talking about. So maybe just as social scientists, we're doing this wrong. We are not, thinking, oh, what should be governments doing that is good, and why aren't they doing that, and is it incompetence and so on? Or say, well, what's the long-term strategic goal of this particular government, and does it help in meeting those? Unfortunately, apparently it does.
Chandru, Atul, do you want to add something to this?
Jayati has summed me up better than I could do. So that's what it is, right? that sums up my story.
So looking towards the West has a very localized reason also, no? Well, okay. I don't see any other hands up.
Long day for people.
Yeah, it's been a long day. So I think I'll now request Jessim to do the honors as far as the closing of today's program is concerned. Jessim?
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah. So thank you so much, all the speakers, all the listeners. Even though we started in the afternoon, it's been a long day. It's been a long and very intense afternoon for us. I thank all the speakers of this session, the previous session, and the first session for joining us and making this a very interesting conference. We continue tomorrow, and tomorrow it's at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today it was 2:30, so I request all of you to please note that tomorrow we start at 2 o'clock and we go on till about 6:30, I think. Yeah, so we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow in the afternoon. Special thanks to Surajit and Vikas for handling these two sessions and for everything. Yeah, thank you. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
Good
thank you to all the four speakers, particularly
Thanks,
for this
Sanjay,
session.
for early morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.